understand that the Democrats right now are a bunch of idiot buffoons. They have the audacity to blame the queers for being too left-wing and insist on shifting their politics right. Now, I ain't saying they's all bad. It's that Mamdani guy. He's pretty slick. And AOC even endorsed his ass. I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the Legacy Media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit.
I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
Welcome to America's best radio show, Patriot FM. The only show on air that gives you the truth. And none of that woke, gay, empathy you all despise, because subtlety is for cowards.
OMG, I am so homosexual.
You're listening to the most degenerate music by Jace, Doug, whatever. Bet this idiot can't even define what a woman is. I should call her.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Hello, everybody. How we all doing? How we doing today, folks? It has been a Wednesday. Now, I do want to be upfront. My brain is a little bit scrambled today. It took me maximum effort to make it here, to do a show. And we're gonna do the best we can. All right, we're gonna do the best we can. We're gonna show up. We're gonna put one foot in front of the other, and I'm gonna try and make it the best stream I can. If I'm a little scatterbrained tonight, I do apologize. I'm not operating at 100%. That being said, hello everybody. Hello Becky Dog. Hello Blueberry Bumblebees. Hello a raccoon named Spanky. Hello Moss Imp. Hello, Max Danger. Hello, Spancom Cat. Hello, Ken Janono. Hello. How we doing, Lydia Wilderman? Hello, Sage. Hello, Edward Thornton. Hello, King Carrot. Hello, Pluto Burns. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Addercop. Haven't seen you in a hot minute. Hello, Minute Rice, 1954. Haven't seen you in a minute either. Hello, Jenny. Hello, Celine Sundria. Hello, Floem. Hello, Zolta. Hello, Cliffy Fishing 101. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Sapphic Devil 666. Hello, T Leif. Hello, Liz Galahad. Hello, Nocturnal 8999. Hello, Spancom Cat. Hello, how we doing, folks? Hello, Von 408. Hello. Wait, that's not 408. 400 plus 8. No, 4008. There we go. Nailed it. 4008. As the case might be. Hello, Frogs and Honey. Hello, Kelsey Five Alive. Hello, Penny and T. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Travis T. Hello, Vaughn 400. Hello, Hammock. Hello, Superjet Guy. Hello, Firecrafted. Hello, Windbee. Hello, Fighting Hobbit. Hello, How to Be Epic. Hello, Silver Mane. Hello, Matt the Yahoo. Hello. Hello, the jazziest dog we know. Hello, Micah. Hello, Megan Fox's giant boobs. Hello, everybody. Hello, cute Dark Arts. Hello, Lady Rain Cloud. Hello, Denovian. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, a raccoon named Spanky. Hello, Elegant W. Hello, Melissa Sylvest. How we doing, folks? And with that being said, we've got a lot to talk about tonight. I am going to try and make it an entertaining program. But yes, not a new top. I've worn it on stream before. But it's cute. I like it. It's also, more importantly, cool in the temperature sense. Hello, everyone. Now, before we get started, please hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and do consider sharing the stream with your friends, your neighbors, your dogs, your cats, your acquaintances, your old romantic flames. Do consider it, because you guys are the ones who actually make this show continue to spread, and I very much appreciate when it does. Hello, Mr. Malachite. Hello. How we doing, folks? And hellos are done indeed. Feels a little like a weirdly it feels like the last couple of days have been weirdly quieter. I don't know why that is. Maybe people are just grilling and chilling a little bit more since it's summertime. Hello, Default X. Finally got to playing Kazan, loving how well optimized it is. Yeah, Kazan the Berserker is pretty good. For my taste, it's a little like demanding in a way that I'm like, I feel like if I fuck up, it's like game over instantly. But you know, that's fun too. Hello, Gertrude Schmidt. I mean, the heat wave kind of makes doing anything impossible, even this late at night. Yeah, my studio is 80 degrees. It sucks in here. But we're gonna do our best. Collab project I was working on got canceled, sadly, but maybe a load off my back not having had the inspiration to work on it lately. I'm sorry. The heat is too damn high, indeed. OMG, that's too much. Yeah, it's not pleasant. Why no AC? Because this is an unventilated, like, basement office. And AC would have added, like, $5,000 to the price tag of renovating the office in the first place. And I am not, I'm, you know, I know I punch well above my weight, so it can be easy to forget. But this is not a big channel. It is not a big channel at all. The only reason I'm able to do this is because you guys support me in a way that is relatively unique among YouTube and the live streaming communities. You guys are enabling me to make this a thing, And I very much appreciate it, and I don't want to be like too greedy and needy about it, so I make do with what I got. This channel is big in my heart. It's big in my heart too. If I didn't believe in it, and if I didn't believe in what we can accomplish together, I would not be dedicating 6-7 hour long streams to it on the daily. um $5,000 for integrating AC. That sounds scalpy as fuck. No, it's not, because it involves it would either involve dropping it down through a neighbor, like a neighbor's residential system, which is inherently way more expensive, and by the time like the drop down would get down here, it would effectively be not worth it for the amount of airflow it would deliver. And the parts for the mini split here in Minnesota, along with the permitting from the city, make the price go.
I appreciate you right back, Jack. White
Cheers.
people happy.
Dog, thank you for the $5 dono, and thank you for being the first person to support stream tonight. And you know what? Just as an FYI, if we do hit our goal tonight, I have expended a great deal of effort, probably more effort than is warranted for the level of interest you guys may have, into finally organizing that massive, truly massive AI segment that I have been just constantly adding to and sitting on for months. And so if you guys hit this goal, we will finally do that segment, which would be, I think, very cool. So what are your pronouns? She, her. Thanks for asking. I'm down for a long ass AI bad segment. Yeah, I'm gonna bring all the fucking receipts. Hello, Aaron is tired. Not new, but I lost my old account. Well, welcome back, friendo. All right, you guys ready to dive into the show? Because I also have to be forthright here. I am well aware that viewership on the segments that get uploaded on YouTube as standalone do better when we are ragging on the dipshit conservatives. And so we are going to be covering a lot of a lot of truly awful people tonight, and I hope you guys are ready to buckle in and lock in on that. Jack be an essayist? I can't. I don't have a big enough audience to support video essays. Yes, I will be on the line tomorrow, by the way, 2 p.m. Central Time. Do tune into that if you are looking to, I don't know, ask questions about trans people and do all the things. That will be over on the line, not on this channel, but over on the line, and we will be having some hopefully spirited debates and potentially some advice calls as well. What are your thoughts on Fauci these days? My thoughts on Fauci is that he's an incredibly incredibly accomplished medical expert, and has dedicated decades of his life to bettering public health in this country. And frankly, the treatment he's receiving at the hands of Republicans in Congress is like truly abysmal, you know? And I think that perhaps Republicans in Congress right now might want to be stepping a little bit more carefully when it comes to the precedents they're setting here, because I guarantee you the kind of dirty laundry that would get aired if, say, Ted Cruz's personal diary got leaked by members of Congress who are Democrats, it would be truly apocalyptic for the Republican Party. And, you know, if we get some if we get some Democrats in office who are actually willing to play serious ball, Republicans should be more scared about the kind of behavior they're exhibiting in Congress. Don't threaten me with a good time. I'm not threatening anybody with a good time. I'm just stating what goes around comes around. Bernie Moreno's daughter and granddaughter were abused, by the way. Yeah, I was gonna do a segment on that months ago, and it just slipped through the cracks. Representative Max Miller is accused of like abusing the daughter of like another member of Congress with like boiling water and shit. It's pretty heinous. Was that his actual diary, not just his notes? My understanding is it's his diary. I didn't bother looking into it because, frankly, the reason Republicans are doing this is to look like they're doing something without actually doing a single goddamn thing. Like, they want to look to their base like they're busy getting justice for them, but, like, Dr. Fauci is literally just a guy who did the best he could against a novel epidemic. And that's all we can really ask from our public health officials. Also, the whole thing about like, oh, he knew it was a lab leak or whatever the fuck that was going around in Congress today. It's bullshit. The vast majority of people who actually study how these viruses emerge agree that it came out of likely a wet market in China. So it's not
We were
this whole
promised Gladas with
conspiracy
AI,
that's being alleged.
and we have received Wheatley. At least Wheatley was programmed to be a moron.
That's true. God, it's so much worse. The AI problem is so much worse than anyone has the capacity to comprehend. You know? Not the same Max Miller as the Tasting History guy. No, not the same Max Miller. The Max Miller who's in Congress. Max Miller from Tasting History is a national treasure. Greetings from British Columbia. Hello, unknown. You think it was a natural event? Yeah, plenty of diseases emerge out of, especially zoonotic diseases, achieve human transmission through wet markets. Because again, the health and safety standards in wet markets, where things like bats get cut up and sold for human consumption, are not the high priority of what is happening. What is the priority is cheap meat, and people don't really care as much about health and sanitation. So what winds up happening is, because there is a lack of concern about health and safety, it ups the likelihood of zoonotic transmission into humans. What about the conspiracy where Dr. Fauci personally killed beagle puppies for science or whatever it was? I don't know about that, and frankly, I don't care. Science is full of fucked up experiments on animals, and that's awful. But also, sometimes we do need to test things on something that is more advanced than a mouse for various reasons. It's not great, but it sure beats injecting a human being with that shit. What are you talking about? We're just talking. People were asking me about Dr. Fauci going in front of Congress today. I don't want to dedicate an entire segment to it, so I guess this will suffice. We're just kind of having conversations. What about funding gain of function? What does that mean? What that means is that epidemiologists and research institutions dedicated to epidemiology invest in studying how diseases might evolve in the wild, which is what the gain of function research is. So basically, how something could evolve so that you can better understand a potential trajectory for an illness. That's my understanding of that. So, which, like gain of function, it sounds scary if you don't know anything about it, but like actually it's completely reasonable when your line of work is, hey, if we do hit a pandemic, how might these diseases evolve, and how do we combat those future evolutions, you know? So it's shop epidemiology, shop talk, except they never invited a non-shop talk term for it. Yeah, I mean, also the term itself is fairly straightforward. Like, the gain of function is, the evolution of the organism to gain functions, you know? Ba-ba. Like, you have to understand, like, Dr. Fauci comes from a background of, like, using his expertise to, like, combat the AIDS epidemic during a time when, like, frankly, the US government didn't give a single fuck about people dying from AIDS. And then he was able to adopt various cancer treatments to treat different rheumatoid conditions. Like, dude has been a frankly a national treasure to tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. And it is arguable that his work during COVID saved millions of people's lives. People forget that literally over a million, like over a million people died from COVID. More people died from COVID in the United States than died during World War II. Like, sorry, US casualties during World War II. So, like, I don't know. I think that it's good that he, did what he could with the limited information he had available to him to limit deaths. People, like, the memory people had, the memory hole that they did and put into, like, existence of how bad COVID was, people don't get it. They were having, like, morgues were overflowing. They had to have, like, refrigerated vans set up to, like, stack bodies in. They had to turn parks into hospitals. Like, people just fucking forget that shit. I wouldn't put too much on Dr. Fauci pleading the fifth, especially after they went over after Jack Smith. Well, yeah, because the entire purpose of hauling him in front of Congress today was to try and catch him in a lie that wasn't covered by the pardon Biden gave him. The entire purpose of bringing him in was to try and, like, catch him on some kind of technicality so they could charge him with a crime. And so he pled the fifth because genuinely the best thing he could do for himself is to answer as little as possible. Fauci mostly just seems to be an easy punching bag for conservatives since his face was what they saw on Fox. It's also worth noting that Dr. Fauci was working under Donald Trump during COVID. Like, and all these conservatives are just like, it was him. It was Fauci's fault. And it's like, what? The guy covering up, like, the COVID deaths and COVID infections wasn't Dr. Fauci. It was Donald Trump. He literally thought that, like, fewer recorded infections meant fewer infections in actuality. It was crazy. Someone's giving a succulent serving of Yes Mother. Good girl. Yeah, he told the president when Fauci was doing the best he could, went on national television and told people to inject bleach. But yeah, it's all Dr. Fauci's fault. They like testified in Congress today, or didn't testify. Different members of Congress who are, I would like to remind you all, immune from any kind of legal consequence for the things they say when they are in Congress or on the floor in Congress or asking questions in Congress. They were just straight up saying that like millions of people were dying from the COVID vaccine. Like, it truly doesn't matter what you say anymore to MAGA. They are disconnected from reality. He did not tell people to inject bleach. Laugh emoji, laugh emoji, laugh emoji. I don't know. It took me 1 second to bring this up. Coronavirus. Outcry after Trump suggests injecting disinfectant as treatment.
So, supposing we hit the body with a tremendous, whether it's ultraviolet or just very powerful light, and I think you said that hasn't been checked, but you're going to test it. And then I said, supposing you brought the light inside the body, which you can do either through the skin or in some other way. And I think you said you're going to test that too. Sounds interesting. Right, and then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number on the lungs. So it'd be interesting to check that. So that you're going to have to use medical doctors with. But it sounds interesting to me. So we'll see. But the whole concept of the light, the way it kills it in 1 minute, that's pretty powerful. I hope people enjoy the sun. And if it has an impact.
Like, yeah, let's just inject a disinfectant. You know, guys, how great it is. Let inject bleach, inject alcohol, like just 100% alcohol. The human body's really good at dealing with all that, for sure. Yeah, can we just like put some kind of disinfectant in your lungs? Why didn't anyone ever think of that when it came to modern medicine, I wonder? Yeah, let's put some UV rays into your blood. God. Just as a reminder from the BBC, he proposed irradiating patients' bodies with UV light, an idea dismissed by a doctor at the briefing. Another of his officials had moments earlier said sunlight and disinfectant were known to kill the infection. Disinfectants are hazardous substances that can be poisonous if ingested. Like, a disinfectant isn't like a medicine. Like, I just want to really throw that out there. It's something that just kills everything. Nothing bad can happen, only good can happen. So true. So true. Also, worth noting that this is the image from the briefing right before, that was behind him as he was talking. Here he is, looking at the sign right before he gave the briefing. And, commonly available disinfectants, bleach and isopropyl alcohol, work to kill the virus. So when you have a guy standing in front of a sign that literally says bleach and isopropyl alcohol can kill the virus, and then the president says, maybe inject some of the disinfectant into your lungs. I don't know. I think it's pretty reasonable to be like, this guy is implying you should inject bleach into your lungs. Please don't be deliberately stupid. Please, for the love of God. Can't, like, I know it's been 6 years, but please, for fuck's sake. It's almost like you should catch your fucking language when you're the POTUS. Yeah. It's almost like what the president says matters. Also, worth noting, accidental poisonings increased after President Trump's disinfectant comments. President Trump's April 23rd musing that injections of disinfectant could help defeat the coronavirus did not do much for his reputation as a reliable arbiter of public health. What's harder to determine is how many people, if any, took his advice and in some way ingested the toxic chemicals. The most recent bulletin from the American Association of Poison Control Centers, which aggregates data from its state counterparts, does offer some clues, however. Even before Trump's comments, accidental poisonings from bleach and other disinfectants were on the rise from January 1st to March 31st of this year, according to the United States Centers for Disease and Control and Prevention's Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report, with people sanitizing surfaces, groceries, smartphones, and more as a defense against SARS-CoV-2. Most of the poisonings were the result of inhalation of fumes, but there were ingestion cases as well, typically among children who got their hands on chemicals left out in the open. What's key is what happened in the weeks that followed Trump's controversial and widely debunked comments, and there does appear to have been a rise in accidental poisonings thereafter. In January, February, and March of 2020, accidental poisonings with household disinfectants were up 5%, 17%, and 93% respectively over the same months in 2019. In April, which includes an 8-day period from the 23rd of the month to the 30th following Trump's comments, the increase was 121% compared to April of 2019. So, you know, he never said inject bleach, and yet his supporters injected bleach. Or at least tried to ingest bleach. Fucking morons. Alright. Don't do that. I mean, if you're dead, you don't have COVID anymore. Technically correct. Best kind of correct. Anyway, the attack on Dr. Fauci is completely unfounded. 100%. Hey, random druid. Okay, you guys ready to just jump into the show today? Before we get too deep into it, just remember, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, spread the word about the stream, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Let's go! Yeah, I remember when drinking bleach was but a meme. Remember all the Tide Pod discourse? Like the kids are eating Tide Pods. Hysteria from like the boomers. And then the boomers just went ahead and believed Donald Trump sight unseen. It's crazy. Anyway. Good night, Robert Adset. Let's jump into our first segment after we click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn Freed, was there any confirmed cases of people eating Tide Pods who weren't like babies? To my knowledge, no. So, whatever. Let's dive into the shit.
I'm at
Yo!
work, so I can't really spread the word, but I can donate. Also, Tide Pod challenges and people drinking bleach was Darwinism made fact. Smile.
Hell yeah. True. And thank you for the $10 super chat. Getting today's stream up on that board. Thank you for being the second person to support stream today. Or third person, rather, to support stream today. Very much appreciated. And Minute Rice, I'm just noticing, 41 minutes ago, thank you for subscribing with Prime. So sorry I missed that. And all that being said, folks, let's jump in. Let's do this thing.
I wanted my asterisk 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 bleached, not my relatives.
Why wouldn't you want your relatives to get their assholes bleached? That's just horrifically unfair. Abyssal Liz, thank you for the $5 dono. God. Alright, here we go. So, folks, there is a rather large and dramatic kerfuffle going on right now in Minnesota politics, specifically because not that long ago, there was an assassination attempt on State Senator John Hoffman, right? This was, I believe, the same assassin who killed Melissa Hortman. And, well, John Hoffman has a story to tell about Angie Craig. Specifically, John Hoffman, like a couple days ago, came forward with a claim that Dave Wellstone, who is the son of Paul Wellstone, and, if you know nothing about Minnesota politics, just know Paul Wellstone is like the minor league Bernie Sanders who died tragically in a plane crash here. It's awful, but like he was an up and coming, on the rise, fighter for the people type, and his death was a colossal tragedy. But Dave Wellstone, according to John Hoffman, came to see him while he was recovering in the hospital from the assassination attempt. And I also want to remind you that John Hoffman wasn't the only person who got shot in his household. His wife was also shot by this would-be assassin. Well, actually, no, successful assassin, because he killed Melissa Hortman. So he and his wife were recovering. And John Hoffman claims that Dave Wellstone came to him to ask him to endorse Angie Craig in her run for U.S. Senate against Peggy Flanagan. And obviously, this is a big allegation because, frankly, one, John Hoffman did not endorse Angie Craig, and two, seems kind of pissed about being asked to endorse a political candidate right after being the target of an assassin, right? And so here's a post in the Huffington Post. Angie Craig ally disputes claim he sought endorsement from senator in ICU. God. In a Monday interview, David Wellstone, the son of the late Paul Wellstone, and a friend of both Craig and Hoffman, said he'd never been a surrogate for Craig's campaign. Although he did talk to Hoffman about supporting Craig, he said it was not in the immediate aftermath of the shooting, but it was on his own volition, not at Craig's request. There seems to be a mix-up of timing and conflating stuff, Wellstone told HuffPost. I'm assuming people were heavily sedated at the time. I would never ask for somebody's endorsement when they're hooked up to a machine and maybe dying. And, well, this is in a direct, conflict with what Hoffman stated earlier in the week. I'm being public about it because it really hurt. He said this, by the way, at an event for Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan's run for the Senate. So Hoffman has endorsed Peggy Flanagan here. And Angie Craig is calling the Hoffmans a liar. And it's getting really messy. And a lot of people in Minnesota are torn about it because Dave Wellstone is supposedly friends with Angie Craig and the Hoffmans, and this could be put down to a simple misunderstanding or confusion about the timeline of events. But it's worth noting that Yvette Hoffman, who's John Hoffman's wife and who was shot by this assassin, is steaming mad about everything that's happening and is on the warpath here. We have certainly learned who true friends are and who are liars. I'm so sad that David Wellstone lied. I was present on both occasions when he came via Angie Craig to ask my husband for an endorsement, once when he was in ICU and once when he had barely been home. I found it to be classic gaslighting that Angie Craig said we were questioning her integrity, but she's definitely saying we have none by claiming we're lying. And why would we all John was doing was making a speech and talking about what happened. She's the one who's blown this up. And she's just been posting through this over the course of multiple days. Here's another one from Yvette Hoffman. And, it goes pretty hard in terms of, who are you going to believe here? The Angie Craig campaign seems to have forgotten that I pushed an assassin out of our home while he was shooting me, so if they think I'm gonna let them call us liars, they are sadly mistaken. Which, that goes pretty hard. And also, genuinely, in Minnesota here, if you are trying to say these people are lying about the traumatic experience of being, the target of a political assassin, the people in Minnesota generally are going to believe the Hoffman's version of events. So this is this is getting bigger by the day. Yvette Hoffman is also just going to town, liking folks who are posting on threads. She's disqualified for this position completely because of how horribly she has misjudged you and your husband. I believe you and am disgusted by how Angie Craig's campaign is handling this. They seriously thought you and John would just let that go. After everything, they are traumatizing you, and with a how dare you attitude on top of it. TCFATWO. I don't know what that means. Sorry for the language. So, yeah. Essentially, the Angie Craig campaign is trying to say that the Democrats who were subject to, an assassination attempt, are liars, and that has gone over incredibly poorly. So, all that is quite interesting, and John Bendery, who is one of the reporters at the Huffington Post who's been on this beat, talked with a political analyst here in Minnesota who said, a long-time Democrat political analyst, and they said this: John and Yvette were shot by a political assassin. If you have, best case, you have a different memory of what happened, let it go, because people are gonna believe John. Because, what, you're gonna have a knockdown, drag out fight in the court of public opinion with the people who are targets for assassination for how much of how active they were in the Democratic Party? This is tying cement shoes to your feet and jumping into a river. and say, "Don't worry, I can swim." Like, don't pick that fight. But frankly, I'm not surprised the Angie Craig campaign is doing this. They have not exuded a ton of confidence. And, all of this to say, go Peggy. Go
I
Peggy
feel like
Flanagan.
it's important to say that it's becoming concerning that there has been an increase in political assassinations in this nation. The red flags of a dictatorship are glowing neon now.
100%. Like, the tacit endorsement of political violence by the MAGA right. There's a reason why I made the argument the other day that the entire GOP needs to be systematically dismantled. The processes and systems that allow it to be the way it is need to be taken apart. And part of that is related to the percolating, simmering foundation of all of it, which is violence. It is violence against those who oppose them. Exactly. A fascist swamp. And also, 2D Synctium, thank you for the $20 super chat. Very much appreciated. Thank you for supporting the show. And last but not least, let's just end with some Peggy Flanagan talk, because I like her. She's a straight shooter, and she's cool as hell.
I want to end prior authorization so that some dude behind a desk, or worse yet, AI, gets to decide whether or not you get the life-saving healthcare your doctors prescribe. It's wrong. You should get the care that you need.
Honestly, this would rock so hard. There are so many people who would benefit from more specialized medicines, but because of how insurance is set up, they won't allow patients to have those medicines until they try what the insurance company has decided is the cheaper option first. Even if the doctor's like, no, my patient needs this specific medication, insurance companies still have a guy somewhere behind a desk whose job it is to say, do you really need that though? And then stamp rejected on your application. It sucks. It sucks. I've run into prior authorization issues. Basically, every adult over 30 that I know has run into issues with insurance companies saying you need prior authorization. Sorry, bye. And that sucks. Nobody likes it. It is terrible to know you need a medication and your doctor to know you need a medication, and for the insurance company to just be like, actually, do you really need it though? What if you just didn't have it? Try that for 6 months and come back to us. It sucks. Anyway, Peggy Flanagan's great. She is ambitious. She has cool policies she wants to pursue. And frankly, Angie Craig has none of that. Angie Craig has literally none of that. And I despise her. So if you're in Minnesota, get involved with Peggy Flanagan's campaign, because frankly, it's what we need. It's what we deserve. And we should fight for better things and not just preserving an already broken status quo. And also, yeah, the Angie Craig campaign kind of sucks if they, in fact, did approach the Hoffmans to try and get an endorsement, as they might be dying in the ICU. So, you know what? Peggy Flanagan isn't embroiled in anything remotely like that, and seems like a fine and upstanding lady who wouldn't ever do anything like that. So, I don't know. I believe it. I believe the allegation when it comes to Angie Craig, and I believe that Peggy Flanagan's just a swell gal. So, folks, go check out your local political organizations. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, and folks, if you need help getting started, join our Discord, reach out to Gamergy for help with your local DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Let's get involved, let's make a difference, let's knock some doors, let's do some phone banks, and folks, Also, if you want to do phone banks and knock doors in other parts of the country, go click on the link down below for Progressive Victory, because they help organize that kind of activism all over the place. So if you just can't get enough of organizing politically in your local area, help other progressives in other parts of the country win. Now, also, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment, let me know what you think about this whole Hoffman kerfuffle. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, and trans men. It's comfortable, sexy, and non-tucking. So go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. And we just got a full restock, 2 new sizes and a new color. So all that being said, there's a link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Woof! We did it. Segment 1. Wyoming doesn't have any DSA chapters. Gamergy can help you make a DSA chapter if there isn't one near you. We've actually helped a couple of different chapters get off the ground. So, if my understanding, talk more with Gamergy about that. Also, wait a minute. Just gonna pull this up here. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Well, we should definitely fix that issue in Wyoming. So, if y'all are interested in starting a DSA chapter in Wyoming, let's fucking do it. We should have one in every state. Pretty sure Jackson Holians in Wyoming would love to have a DSA chapter. Let's go. I'm sorry we demonetized this video with the chatting about assholes. Nah. Y'all good. DSA astronauts when? When the first rocket flies. First colonization rocket flies. There we go. Okay. Let's dive into our next segment, huh? I really want to go over this article so badly. I think we might have to push it to another day, but like, I want you all to know, I haven't forgotten this. The very lonely world of trans conservatives, because I want to make fun of them so badly. I want to make fun of them so badly, chat. You have no idea. Ugh. The clowning they deserve. What now? Look, we'll get to it eventually. Did you know car dealership is one of the sources of conservative money flowing? Yeah, like I don't want to be overly broad here, but a vast majority of conservatives in rural areas are the inheritors of like the local car dealership fortune, or the local snowmobiling fortune, or the local ATV fortune, or the local RV fortune. Like, that's it. That, like, those are the kingmakers in rural America. It's like a fish advocating for evaporation. What in the actual fuck? We'll get there. Don't worry. Okay. Is that a trans MAGA article? Yes. Okay. Here we go. I want to jump into this. I'm going to close some tabs so we can sort through this a little bit better. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Got so many tabs. Also, we have been going, believe it or not, this stream has been live for a goddamn hour. So guys, click the like button, click the subscribe button, and do consider supporting the show because you guys make this program possible. Could not do it without you fine folks. So click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click There we go. And folks, just gonna throw this out there. If you want to be, wait a minute. Why does this, why do we have two of these? What? Gonna get rid of that. Weird.
Una mattina, mi sono alzato o bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao ciao ciao. Una mattina, mi sono alzato e ho trovato l'invisor.
Hell yeah. The Random Dude, thank you for the $10 super chat and for the rendition of Bella Ciao. Appreciate you. Thank you for getting us up there. I would really like to cover that AI segment today if we can have the time, but you know, we got a lot to do. Does Israel come to me in my dreams? It does not. Go copy, paste as a new source. There we go. We want this. There we go. Yes. Okay, cool. What happens at 500 subs? Will the Barbie question be answered? I mean, the only one who can answer the Barbie question is each and every one of us individually. At 500 subs, I will do the AI segment. Really hope we get to that debate today. That's the plan. The problem is, I don't want to lead with the debate because genuinely, as soon as the debate goes, so many people stop watching, sadly. Because I'm focused on the debate and I want to respond to the debate, but a lot of people rely on the back and forth. You got a link to that trans conservative article? Indeed I do. Here you go. Oh. Folks, consider coming over to riverboat.gg because when you support me over there, a higher percentage of your support goes directly to me. Just as an FYI, no pressure if you want to stay on YouTube or Twitch. Just letting you know that option is available to you. And what the hell is the Barbie question? It's related to posts by EMTs and hospital staff talking about how many Barbies they've seen people fit in their buttholes. There you go. Now you know it. Archangel. All right. Anyway, do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats because you guys make this show possible. And frankly, times be rough. Let's get into this next story. All right. The real Barbie was inside us all along.
The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf.
Jack could be a master at debating. I am very good at debating. You can see me debate tomorrow over on the Transatlantic Call-In Show. I actually am a co-host on a show that takes call-ins that from people who want to debate about trans issues. So, you know. Can I unknow the Barbie question? No, because you guys kept asking me about it yesterday until we talked about it. Anyway, just letting you guys know, I am dusting off the Steven Crowder soundboard here.
Hey, you know what? You know when it's really fun to be railed animalistically by a man who loves you?
Steven Crowder's an expert. Aleha Burns, welcome to the Riverboat site. Hello. Okay. Loved your appearance on the line. Hell yeah. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. All right. Anyway, let's go. So, folks, we have to talk about Donald Trump's cratering numbers because, frankly, they're real bad. Like end era George W. Bush bad, and it's actually incredible here. Here's
insurrection.
Here's Trump's newest numbers from CNN.
All approval rating now stands at just 34%, and that matches his career low following the January 6th insurrection. All approval rating now.
He's literally at the low of approval he had when he tried to do an insurrection against the United States government.
I'm a Barbie girl. In a asterisk 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 world. Stuck in a manhole, and it won't let go.
I'm going to look like a podling who's been fully drained.
Paladin, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. And editor, that non sequitur might need to go from this segment. just as an FYI. Oh god, just maybe might need to. God, the for those of you at home who have no context for this, chat has become fascinated with, informal conversations amongst medical professionals about how many guys come to the ER and emergency room, with Barbies in their anal cavities. That will have to be cut out of the VOD because that is actually long enough to trigger DMCA. But that being said, excellent timing. Anyway, the number is too damn high. Whatever number you're thinking, it's not high enough. And we're not going to discuss it on this segment of, Donald Trump getting railed by his approval numbers. It's totally different. It's intangible. It's an intangible railing, I tell you. Anyway, 34% is crazy low, but it actually gets so much worse. It actually gets so much worse than this. Okay? And I want to show you guys this 39-second long clip, also from CNN. Check this out.
Into your point about polarization, how is his standing among Republicans in his own party?
Another record in our poll, and not the kind that Donald Trump is going to tout. It is a numeric low among Republicans. 78% approve of the job that Donald Trump is doing. Now, obviously, 78% is a high number, but Donald Trump, as you know, the command and control he has over the Republican Party, his number has never been as low as 78% among his fellow partisans. I'm not suggesting the party is all of a sudden going to flee him, but I am suggesting we are seeing erosion among his very party faithful inside the GOP.
Guys, this is the worst possible news for Donald Trump. This is the worst possible news for him. Like, I know that's 78. I know a lot of people are like, but that's still way too high. But this is the numbers of his approval inside of his cult. And like, when you're starting to see him tick below 80%, that is, well, let me put it this way. People were basically saying, well, he can never drop below like 35%. He can never drop below 35, 33%, maybe 30%. But if he's actually losing support among Republicans at this point to an all-time low for him, there is no floor. There is no depth to which his approval number is incapable of sinking. Right? And you can say all you want, like, oh no, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. But it does. It really, really does. Americans rewire their grocery shopping routines while digesting the biggest price jump in 50 years. This guy ran on bringing down your costs and instead gave you the biggest increases to your grocery bill in our modern history. Look at that. Prices have gone up 40 goddamn percent. You aren't imagining it that you are suddenly paying exponentially more when you're going to the supermarket. That's not imagined. And that's not something that your average American can just absorb and like not pay attention to. So one of the things that is happening here is what we've talked about a little bit. It's the let them eat racism. And like, turns out you can't eat racism. It does not matter how racist your base is. That grocery bill is still the bill. They can't be like, well, I'll trade, you know, if I give you like 5 N-words, will you like drop the prices for me? And it's like, no, actually, that's not how that works. You need actual goddamn money in your pocket. And that's kind of where this whole experiment from Donald Trump and MAGA and the Republican Party ends, right? Which is, at a certain point, reality is a son of a bitch. And we're kind of hitting up where the rubber meets the road here. And I mean, it is also pretty funny that in situations where Donald Trump has to or is endorsing different Republican candidates, MAGA's racism in those circumstances is actually overriding their cult mentality. What I mean by this here is this story passed my feed earlier today, which was insane. Surprise! Trump endorsement derailed by MAGA racism. Now, all of this is about his endorsement of a man, Amir Hassan. And if you think, Amir Hassan sounds like not a white guy, you'd be correct. And, well, it turns out the Christian nationalist base is really, really, really fucking racist and really, really, really fucking angry that a guy named Amir Hassan has the endorsement of Donald Trump. And they are all very angry with Donald Trump about this. Here are a couple of their comments. No way. What does it profit a man to gain the whole world but lose his soul? No political gain is worth insulting our Christian faith. No Muslims in America. No Muslims in office. Another Truth Social supporter said, what has happened to you? Have you lost your mind? Endorsing Muslim candidates? Don't we have enough of them in government already? You are not the man I voted for 3 times. You have no wisdom whatsoever where Islam is concerned. You are arming people or wanting to arm people, Turkey, that hate us, and Israel, that someday will come for us. Honestly? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Why? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Do you think there are already too many foreigners in Congress? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Don't you think enough is enough at this point? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Like, they're really fucking pissed off about this. And it's worth noting Amir Hassan is a Christian. They're just racist. And I just think that, like, well, this isn't really, like, you can't eat that. You can't eat this hatred. So you have rising costs, you have people increasingly, because Donald Trump isn't ideologically connected to anything, really, other than his own proclivities. Like, people who are becoming disillusioned with him on the far right, and then you also have people who are like, wait a minute, he ran on making my bills cheaper, and all of them have gone up. Uh-oh. Like, this is why his base is eroding. This is not sustainable for an attempt at a third term, and frankly, it doesn't bode well for anyone trying to run off of this guy's record. So anyway, I just think that this is all fascinating as hell, and it does indicate one thing to me quite clearly, and that is, I don't think we've found the bottom of Donald Trump's support. I thought that this was the bottom, but the fact that he's gone below that is very interesting. Because if you start seeing it drop below 30%, you start seeing crazy shit happen, right? You start seeing Republicans out of pure self-interest flipping on Donald Trump. Like, it is gonna take that to start dipping below 30%. And that's when you're going to start seeing people, Republicans in not in blue states, in purple states, starting to try and distance themselves in seriousness. And if it drops like below 25%, which is not altogether impossible at this point, then he's in really big trouble. And honestly, that's just the best news that we could possibly ask for. Let's keep aiming lower and lower, folks. Lower and lower goes MAGA. All that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about his approval ratings in the comments. And, folks, like, genuinely, if it goes below 25%, we're, like, in the Republican Party just, like, dissolves into infighting. Best possible scenario. Anyway, let's, keep moving forward and get organized, because the best time to take advantage of Republicans doing infighting is literally right now. We need to get organized. We need to take advantage of the window of opportunity afforded to us. And let's also just keep on going. All right. Check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, trans men. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out. New color, 2 new sizes, full restock. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. And link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. There we go. 1,000 Barbies bloom. God. Bit concerning Trump isn't white nationalist enough for Republicans, but whatever it takes to get him out of power. Well, it's because Donald Trump wants to be liked. Like, he desperately wants to be liked. And it's one of the things that keeps him from being, like, a truly ideological, like, tool, right? And that's a problem for people who are, very much dedicated to white nationalism. Did I understand that the approval ratings went down because he wasn't being racist enough for starving bigots? I mean, that's more or less it. Yeah, you got the gist. You need Jesus and Satan is behind transgenderism? Oh shit, guys. Satan cooked up transgenders in a lab.
Of Barbies bloom in the butt.
You want to feel like that man can't control himself because of this carnal, just unbridled attraction to you that he can't keep his hands off
there
of
are
you.
MAGA people walking away from the movement realizing that, albeit hella late, they have been hoodwinked.
It's true. Like, a lot of people, it doesn't mean they stop being conservative.
She's a her nurse, and she hasn't had Barbies in a butthole yet, but she said she will keep me posted.
No more. Indeed, Queen Gorgo. Indeed, indeed. Thank you for limiting those specific sand alerts to in between segments, because I guarantee you I'm gonna have to like have a headache editing them out. Oh god. It was so much easier when I was just on Twitch. Lily Love Stuff, thank you for the $5 dono. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. That random druid, thank you for the $5 super chat. And like, it is happening. It's just so goddamn slow, you know? We're reminded that fascists don't have friends. It's true. They only have tools. Jack, this Barbie discourse is your fault? No, it's not. I just wanted men to wash their asses. I did not want them to put Barbies in them. I love, by the way, that there's no difference between, like, MAGA conservatives and, like, Black Hebrew Israelites who are, like, you know, white people are Yakubian devils cooked up in a lab to do evil. And MAGA's just like, yeah.
Enemies,
Satan.
not enemies.
Yeah. Yeah. Yakubian devils. You mean, the transgenders who were created by Satan, right? Yeah. Enemas, not enemies.
Washing instructions unclear. 5 Barbies shoving me cheeks ajar.
Okay, but like you guys kid, you guys joke, and yet, I do want to point out that a lot of you did not believe me about men just not washing their asses because, like, they had been brought up to think that that might make them gay. And yet, this is an article from today. Not today, yesterday. DJ Envy says his wife had to show him how to wash his butt properly. This guy co-hosts The Breakfast Club. Men, wash your asses!
Oh god, Barbie enemas, that sounds diabolical.
It does. Please stop thinking about it. Ugh.
How does Shins know Satan is the bad one? He saved us from being oblivious animals. Seems pretty cool to me.
Also,
woman shrugging emoji.
Also, we need to be very honest about Satan. Right? If you adhere to any kind of like Bible, Satan is a mistranslation. Satan isn't like a guy whose job it is to like make you think horny thoughts.
Socialists when they realize they enjoy having their prostate massaged.
It's okay to like to feel being used on a carnal level.
Sake. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. How is this? Why are you guys all weirdly horny today? What's in the air? Is it all the microplastics? But like, Satan is a mistranslation. The modern conception of Satan is born out of like medieval fan fiction. It's born out of, Paradise Lost and Dante's Inferno, like, and the artwork of like the Renaissance, you know?
Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a trans of wealth and taste. I've been around for a long, long year, made Barbies no longer anally chaste. Pleased to meet you. Flag is pink, white, and blue.
What?
YES.
But Satan is a mistranslation of Hasatan, which just means the accuser. It just it's just Hebrew for lawyer. It's the translation is literally just God's lawyer. His job was to like be an angel overseeing the law. It's why the entire book of Job is Hasatan being like, hey, you said, you have all these things, and that guy Job down there, he's like your main guy, but like, is he really your main guy? Because that's his job. There are plenty who feel lawyers are the devil. Yeah, but it's not the same thing as like a supernatural force that like tries to make your dick hard. I cheated on my wife because Satan was whispering in my ear. Yeah, sure, bud. Short for Hasatan Nabi. Fuck, that's funny. You guys are on a roll tonight. This is all because of Dante's Inferno and Paradise Lost. Paradise Lost. Milton was ungodly levels of horny. Paradise Lost was the AO3 of its time, okay? They just had very limited books to draw from contemporaneously. That's a godly level of horny? Fuck, that was good.
The fall is what caused his head to be so small.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Is there a demon of Yuri? Thoughtful face emoji.
I mean, I like genuinely the answer there is that the demons aren't real either. Like demons, not a thing. But the Bible is a bit more specific that those things may exist, but like, they don't. So I guess maybe there's a demon of Yuri.
Who was the most influential fanfic writer of all time? Dante or Milton?
Honestly, I would say Dante. I would say Dante is more influential, I think, than Milton. Largely because Dante kind of combines his work with travelogues and the proliferation of travelogues as a genre and as like a marketable piece of early literature that would then proliferate across the world and give people ideas of other lands that did things
There
differently.
Might be a god of Yuri, but there is definitely a demon of Yaoi. It's called an incubus.
Well, I mean, if that's the way we're going, then a succubus would be the demon of Yuri.
If you're feeling really sad, there's a hole in your heart that can only be filled by Jesus's love, or 13 Barbies.
You have a God-shaped hole.
Oh, God.
But didn't Virgil come before Dante in Sparta?
I mean, now we're talking about who came for who, and who can say?
Call me daddy.
Oh, God. This is, this is why you guys tune into the live stream instead of just watching the lives. All right, let's talk about Zoran Mamdani. All right, I still don't get what the fuck that means. It's something that Christians say to non-believers because the Christian worldview.
I saw the Odyssey in IMAX and that made me really happy. It's really good.
I need to see that film. I've heard good things about it too, Plant. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you for the $10 super chat.
Virgil and Dante, I wanted to be the one to fill your dark soul with L-I-G-H-T. Or Barbies.
Oh, fuck. That's where the original idea for Dark Souls came from. It's a true story. Fuck. Anyway. Christian worldview is essentially that, hey, everyone is secretly a believer in Christianity, and the people who don't believe in Christianity have a God-shaped hole in their heart. They are forever going to be incomplete until they come to accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior, and then Jesus will come and fill that God-shaped hole in their heart.
You have a God-shaped hole.
It's like a spiritual hole, begging to be filled. And the non-believers fill it with sex and drugs and alcohol and pornographies.
Avada de Barbie. I'm not sorry.
A shrimp on the Avada de Barbie. God.
You can follow in the newest hype game, Dork Souls.
None of you are invited to the dream house ever again. Yeah, this is exactly what the Barbie movie was horrified by. The spiritual Boosie. Yeah. Didn't know this was a Gooner stream. I literally got my start being a big titty, like I was also on OnlyFans. I was throwing everything at the wall to see what would stick. So literally we originate out of the Gooner. We were born in the Gooner, molded by the Gooner. It's how I ended up here. Hell yeah, it was, Archangel. You simply adopted the goon. We love some sex positivity. Hell yeah. Alright. You think goon is your ally? Alright. Let's do this. Let's you guys are gonna really enjoy this Zoran Mamdani segment I've prepped, okay? Did I used to be blonde? I did. And then I made the leap and dyed my hair, and I never looked back. This was the undercolor of my hair. I just made it the overtone, you know?
We all come from the Goon Cave, morph from the ooze of Goon.
You know, that's what philosophers were really talking about, the Goon Cave. The parable of the Goon Cave.
You can be a doomer or a coomer, but please never be a loomer.
That's true. Never go full loomer. Never.
This heat wave full moon got people outrageously thirsty. I hope that fountain isn't an AI mirage.
What fountain? That one I don't understand. I'm sorry.
I watched a movie directed by Zoran's mom.
Oh, hell
yeah.
yeah.
It was called Mississippi Masala.
Yeah.
Had a very hot Denzel Washington.
I have not seen it, but I've heard a lot of people call it like
Those
aces.
who live by the goon shall die by the goon.
That's from the Bible. Probably. Not. Is there a link for donation? If you come over to riverboat.gg, you can donate directly on my website, and then more of it goes towards me. All right. We have a segment. We're going to get to it. We're going to do it. You can't stop me. All right? And I promise you're going to like it. Let's do this. So, folks, there is a guy, Zoran Mamdani, and holy moly, he's been on a tear, okay? He's been on such a tear.
I just want just one interview where he does it in full young cardamom persona.
You know
rhymes
he's got to
everything
do
and
it.
refuses to explain.
He's got to do it at some point, right? He's got to come out as, he's got to do a rap as mayor. I believe in
Is
him.
the parable of the goon cave that reality is all just splooges on a wall?
Yeah, and some people, they never escape the goon cave to goon out in the open, free and clear. Don't read into what I just said too much, okay? Don't do that. Anyway, thank you for the dono, Sake Tanuki, Paladin Lost. But I think by far, Zoran Mamdani right now is absolutely killing it, and you can tell based on what kind of articles go up about him in the New York Post. And this is maybe one of my favorite articles of all time. Longtime New Yorkers fume about being hit with massive pied-à-terre tax bills. Is this a witch hunt? Now, for those of you who don't know, Zoran Mamdani helped get passed a tax on people in New York who had a second home worth like over $5 million. And I gotta be honest, literally no one in the universe is like, oh yeah, those people shouldn't be paying more in taxes. Like, what? Like, literally no one in the universe. No one's like, well, if they can afford a second home worth over $5 million, like, clearly they're struggling to make ends meet. And it's just very funny. But this entire piece, longtime residents, some who have called the Big Apple home for decades and own a single abode in the city, told the Post they were shocked to get hit with 5-figure tax bills they believe were mistakenly mailed out and are now being forced to navigate a bureaucratic labyrinth to prove it. Whoever's behind this, who I can only assume is the mayor, didn't take the 30 seconds to research. Yeah, because we know that mayors are the ones personally responsible for mailing out tax bills. You know, in addition to all of the lengthy tasks that they do, they also take care of the bureaucratic filing and mailing. But, said Karen Young, president and founder of New York and Paris-based beauty marketing company The Young Group, who has lived in New York since 1972. It's just like, you have a business that's based in New York City and Paris, and you're complaining about a 5-figure tax bill?
Realize that the law affects a lot of people who own luxury houses in Florida that they live in more than half the year to evade NY state income taxes.
Yeah, no, 100%. I have zero sympathy for these leeches. And also, none of these quotes do them any favors. She was stunned when she received her letter from the City Department of Finance asking for $43,000 in pied-à-terre tax. I know I'm saying it wrong. I don't care. On her West 95th Street brownstone, which she's lived in with her husband for 30 years. Is this a witch hunt? She asked, exasperated. Like, guys, I don't know if you understand how much a New York City brownstone building costs. But, like, oh no, you got a tax bill for $43,000 on a home that you own as a second home, and it's a New York City brownstone? New York City brownstones cost like millions of dollars on the low end. Yeah, like the lowest cost I've ever seen for a brownstone, and this was like maybe 10 years ago, is like $1 million. Those prices have only gone up. And like, this is ridiculously.
Oh no. How will the Vanderbilts possibly survive their 7-figure taxes?
Guys, think of the American aristocracy. How are they going to survive when they're taxed like this? Is it a witch hunt? Is it a witch hunt? Is it a witch hunt? I can't. I can't. This is ridiculous. I just sort of line up all of these things and think, why are you picking on us, Young said?
Ain't no violin small enough.
Ain't no violin small enough. Ain't no stream trickling enough. This is crazy. Your mic got scratchy? It got fixed? That's probably because I got too loud. I'm sorry. Or, actually, it's because I put my phone near my audio equipment again. That's my bad. These people... There's literally no violin small enough.
No, not a witch hunt, it's a feast. Eat DA 5555
Eat DA 555 Rich. What? Alright. As a faithful New Yorker since 1972, I didn't cheat on the city. I find it not only insulting but painful. Is anybody paying any attention or any thinking or 2 minutes of research? Just look me up. Actually, let's do that just real quick. I haven't done this yet. Karen Young net worth. Her company was The Young Group. Actually, let's just check up net worth of The Young Group. Oh! The Young Group manages $1.9 billion in assets. Won't somebody think of the poor, beleaguered president of the marketing firm that manages so much money? Maybe this isn't the correct one. Maybe this is unfair. You know what? Let's do The Young Group Cosmetics. The Young Group NY, actually. Worth. I mean, if this isn't the if it's the Morgan Stanley company, then they are worth a fuck ton of money. If they are not them, they're still worth a fuck ton of money, from what I can see. Either way, I don't think they're hurting for money. Let's take a look here. It's a cumbersome process to prove that I'm a primary resident, which just seems absurd. My jury summons come here, I pay my taxes from here, my utilities. Despite the department telling her the process to appeal or challenge the bill was as easy as uploading a driver's license, Young said she was forced to pay her estate lawyer to get the proper documentation after spending 3 fruitless hours on the website trying to do it herself. Apparently, they haven't checked their own website, and I'm tech savvy, she insisted. Oh no, a wealthy person had to spend 3 hours doing paperwork? The horror. The horror! This is all because of that Muslim terrorist, Zoran Mamdani. The tax is meant to apply to 1 to 3 family homes worth at least $5 million in co-ops and condominiums valued at $1 million or more that are unoccupied, non-primary residences according to the legislation. Diane Francis, a Canadian journalist, entrepreneur, and self-described part-time New Yorker, said she previously owned an apartment on the Upper East Side, but sold it and now has a pad on West 57th Street and 8th Avenue that she purchased in 2022. Despite it being her secondary residence, Francis pointed out that she spends a lot of money in the Big Apple, including sales and property taxes. I think it's unfair to pick on people, and I don't know how they're going to police that. I think it's very foolish. I pay condo fees, I pay real estate taxes, I go out and eat, I go to the theater, I go to movies, I spend money everywhere, I buy stuff. I mean, I'm a profit center. She said, estimating she spends about 3 months a year in New York. Who gives a fuck? You know who spends more money? Know who spends more time and contributes more to the local economy? The people who live there every day of the year. Like, fuck, these whiny crybaby bitches with millions of dollars. Why are they picking on us? I don't understand it. Genuinely, one of the best things to ever happen to New York City is Zoran Mamdani. And, like, it's wonderful to see these people crying. In a similar vein, it's wonderful to see that Zoran Mamdani's success comes at perhaps one of the most inopportune moments for the wider Democratic Party establishment that would love nothing more than to see him fail, specifically because our good Minnesotan friend Ken Martin is apparently just absolutely beefing it when it comes to trying to run and manage the Democratic Party. This is a piece in the New York Times that is kind of incredible. We've talked about Ken Martin's incompetence here before, but this story is about him apparently getting reported to HR because he threw a phone at one of his employees' desks because he can't raise enough money for the Democratic Party and is also failing in all of his other respects to, like, give a backbone to Democrats to get them to fight. And, like, people fucking hate the Democratic Party right now. It's, like, at an all-time low. The only people in the Democratic Party who people broadly like right now are people like Zoran Mamdani. It's the Mamdani left. It's the DSA. It's AOC. And honestly, this is an incredibly great read. So I'm just going to link it in chat for you guys. What was wrong? Should he not have done that? No, he shouldn't have done that. It turns out you shouldn't abuse your employees. But all that being said, this is happening, and one of the best things is that despite all of the crying from the richest people in New York City, despite the opposition from the Democratic establishment, the anemic opposition, but opposition nonetheless, Zoran Mamdani is out there getting shit done.
Get these fucking property tourists out of my fucking city, holy shit. But I spend some money, boohoo. Shut up, wah wah. I spend more on my groceries yearly than her in 3 months. Give me a brownstone.
Yeah, everyone who lives in New York should get a brownstone. But like, check this out. Now, what was that for? Well, it's because even though all these wealthy people are getting hit by these taxes, turns out average, everyday working New Yorkers and small business owners in New York
The
love
richest
Zoran
boomers
Mamdani.
you don't know.
Yeah, exactly. The richest boomers who would never talk to somebody who makes under 7 figures, you know? But it's truly incredible. I'm over the moon. The New York small business owners rejoice as Mamdani cuts red tape. Initiatives included cutting permits just to serve ice cream, amount to a sweeping program of deregulation. Red Scare, the Democratic Socialist mayor of New York City, spent this week talking about red tape. On Tuesday, Zoran Mamdani, the politician at the center of a revived right-wing panic about socialists and purported communists winning elections across America, posted a video on X of himself putting a sheet of paper with the phrase red tape into a paper shredder. Other pieces of paper with phrases such as cumbersome fees and fines and a permit you need to just serve ice cream were shredded too. The video, set to Wu-Tang Clan's If Time Is Money, shows Mamdani joining a handful of city officials and small business owners, throwing the resulting paper shreds into the air like confetti. New York small business owners have said it over and over, endless paperwork and the uncertainty of dealing with city government has made getting their stores up and running too difficult. And like, bodega owners no longer need a separate license to sell the same product outside the store, like fruit or flowers. You don't need a double permit anymore to sell the things you're already permitted to sell inside your store. Like, this is great. And when we're talking, what's wonderful is it absolutely disarms and disables the attacks against Zoran Mamdani being like a communist who's anti-business or some shit. And like, they got nothing. Small business owners love this guy. Like, he's racking up W after W and it's set to Wu-Tang music. You know? Like, what a wonderful situation for New York City. Love that for them. And it's just W after W with this guy. Just the other day, he made headlines for putting out this video.
Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal, the architect of a horrific genocide against the Palestinian people. He is responsible for the killing of more than 73,000 people, for the maiming of tens of thousands of children as those who survive undergo amputation without anesthesia, for the targeting of neonatal hospitals and maternity care centers, denying newborns even the chance to live, for the countless people he starved as he blocked food and humanitarian aid from reaching them, for the gunning down of hundreds of aid workers and journalists. And just last month, the UN confirmed that Palestinian children continue to be deliberately targeted and killed by Israeli armed forces, more than 8 months after the so-called ceasefire. The list goes on and on, all as we, as Americans, pay for the bombs that do the killing. There is a reason the International Criminal Court issued a warrant for his arrest. As human beings, we have spent generations building a shared understanding that there are crimes so grave they offend all of humanity. Anyone, with their eyes, with their heart, with their conscience, should recognize the devastation he has wrought and understand that he belongs before a court of law. As I've said, I agree with the ICC that Benjamin Netanyahu should be arrested and tried for his crimes, as I do for anyone else charged by the ICC. My administration has reviewed every avenue available under applicable law to determine whether New York City could execute the International Criminal Court's arrest warrant if Benjamin Netanyahu came here. It is clear that we do not have the independent legal authority to enforce this warrant. The federal government, however, does, and I call on them to join the ICC and execute this warrant. And I want to be equally clear. Benjamin Netanyahu is not welcome in New York City, nor is any other war criminal at large. While we cannot end the genocide on our own, we can decide whether our silence will become another weapon, and we can examine every tool we have to defend the humanity and dignity of all people. That is my commitment to you.
Like, genuinely just a good dude. I have massive amounts of respect for anyone who goes out there and says, it's just the right thing to do. It's just the right thing to do. And when it comes to Benjamin Netanyahu, I know that there are people out there who are like, no, you can't arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. However, it's worth noting that the American public thinks that, yeah, we should arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. 49% of Americans think that Benjamin Netanyahu should be arrested if he sets foot on U.S. soil. Half of America. Only 27% say he shouldn't be. Like, yeah, someone tell Trump that arresting Netanyahu would get his approval numbers to go up. It's true. But, like, what's wild is that Zoran Mamdani comes out and he's like, we don't have the legal authority to arrest Netanyahu if he comes to New York City, but he's not welcome here. But this caused an entire news cycle to happen around, like, oh, is he being anti-Semitic about this? Check out this clip. I think this is from CNN.
Some Jewish groups have noted that in your video, you didn't include a reference to October 7th or Hamas leaders who carried out that attack. And it's not easy always to pin you down on this subject, forgive me, but because there aren't many perfect analogies to draw. For instance, not all world leaders or alleged war criminals have ICC warrants, or they're not planning to come to the UN General Assembly, or perhaps they're dead. So my question is that, would you, if circumstances were different, would you have vowed to arrest the leaders of Hamas who perpetrated the October 7th attack if they were visiting New York? And if so, why not include something about that to show New Yorkers that, you know, you're presenting a more balanced approach? Why not?
What's so interesting about this question, we just watched the clip. You can hear him say, no at-large war criminals are welcome in New York City. Like, it's pretty unambiguous. These reporters are hearing what they want to hear.
Include that in your video.
Didn't the ICC put forward a warrant for Yahya Sinwar?
I mean, I know he's dead. Yeah.
Yes, but my point is that they did. And in the video, I made very clear, as I have before, that my interest in executing that warrant is not specific to Benjamin Netanyahu, but to anyone who they put.
Oh, that's a great question, Robert WJR. What I don't understand and can't get an answer for is, what good is the ICC if no one can arrest him? How was it done at the end of World War II? How it was done at the end of World War II was that the United States federal government was in favor of arresting those war criminals. If the United States federal government decided to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu, he would be arrested. Like, instantaneously. But the federal government right now is controlled by a drooling moron who is a white Christian nationalist. And so they're very clearly not going to do that because it's not in Donald Trump's best interest. And there's no guiding principle that supersedes Trump's whims, you know? So, like, the difference is back in the 1940s, you know, they were willing to arrest Nazi war criminals. Today, the United States federal government is not willing to arrest Israeli war criminals.
Warrant towards for war crimes and crimes against humanity. And part of that is a reflection of a universal politics. And it is from a universal politics that I can look on October 7th and describe it for what it is, which is a horrific war crime. And I can also look at Benjamin Netanyahu and see the way that he has orchestrated this genocide and also deem him to similarly be a war criminal. And I think especially at a time when there are those...
Yeah, that's also true. The ICC probably wasn't around in the immediate aftermath of World War II.
In Washington who are discussing measures to take apart the International Criminal Court, what so many are looking for is a sense that there is in fact a rule of law across the world where there are crimes that are so grave that they offend all of humanity. And I believe that we should hold those who perpetrate them accountable, no matter who they are or where they're from. And when it comes to the ICC, they've put forward warrants, whether it's Yahya Sinwar, Benjamin Netanyahu, I think a few other members of the Israeli government. I believe that all of them should be honored.
Some Jewish groups have noted.
Hell yeah. What a pitch perfect answer from Mamdani too. Like, he's so good. He's so great. And like, one of the best parts is that people are constantly trying to vilify Zoran Mamdani. They're trying to say, like, he's evil. He's setting us up for terrorist attacks. You know, they're trying to be racist about him, etc., etc., etc. And then you tune into what he's doing, and it's like, oh, he made it easier to sell ice cream to children. Oh, he's taxing the wealthiest fucks who hate their neighbors in New York City. Okay. Oh, he wants to arrest war criminals. All of these sound like unambiguously good things. And then you're like, well, maybe it's the way he's presenting the information that's getting people mad. And it's like...
prior to the buses,
I don't know,
trolleys and streetcars in the city. So really, New York City has been...
I don't think he's making people mad by doing this.
When did the switchover happen?
That's a long time ago.
Yeah?
Guys, I can't remember.
Like, you can't sit there and pretend like this guy who's playing Mario Kart and trying to get people faster public transit isn't a villain. Are you kidding me? Dude's sitting there playing Mario Kart while talking about the history of public transit in New York City. It's such a wonderful little piece of engagement with the public. And honestly, I'm thrilled. It's so great. And then on top of it, he keeps winning. He keeps fucking winning. Look at this. He got Lena Khan a new job. We got Lena Khan. She's Khan. The conning is back on. Let's go. Mayor Zoran Mamdani's uneasy truce with New York's business elite was tested again Wednesday when he appointed antitrust crusader Lena Khan to a formal post in his administration. Khan will chair the city's Economic Development Board, which oversees the leasing and use of huge chunks of city property, including Hudson Yards. And if you think that Lena Khan isn't going to be absolutely ruthless when it comes to unfair monopolies against the citizens of New York, and unfair business practices, and like going after shitty landlords, etc. Like, she's gonna be doing so much good work for the people of New York City. It's gonna be ridiculous. So like, she is incredible at her job. She was one of the best parts of the Biden administration, hands down. And like, getting her on Zoran Mamdani's team is perfect. And like, you have here Lena Khan coming into a position of authority where she can actually exercise some level of power in one of the largest cities in the country. And on top of that, Zoran Mamdani is going out there and cutting red tape for small businesses. So it's hard to argue that he's anti-business when he's actively helping businesses. Like, that's crazy. He's making himself goddamn politically bulletproof. And then he's out here, like, doing great work. Look at him. New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani has issued the following statement in support of the union. New York City stands with IFPTE, Local 98, and the civil servants of the Army Corps of Engineers New York District against this reckless plan to relocate their offices out of the city. New Yorkers deserve transparency, not a process that strips good union jobs from our city in the dark. I stand with my colleagues in government on both sides of the aisle and calling on the federal government to keep the experts who do this vital work from making our communities more resilient to safeguarding our harbors and waterways right here in New York. Like, he's out there standing with the unions. He's out there helping our boys in uniform. Like, dude's doing the good work. And on top of that, I want you guys to see this, because this spurred another entire, like, all of these stories spurred entire news cycles. Right? Check this out.
Good morning, Brooklyn. It's an honor to be
here. For welcoming us here and for your lifetime of service to the people of New York. You know, for nearly 30 years, you have led the fight against hunger here in our city, growing this operation from a small emergency food program to a leading food distributor that serves hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers each year and provides programming on how to live a healthier life. I also want to acknowledge leaders here from our administration, our Deputy Mayor for Economic Justice, Julie Su, and our incredible interim President and CEO, Jeannie Pak of the Economic Development Corporation. And I would be remiss if I didn't also acknowledge a future assembly member here in the crowd, Christian Celeste. And we are here today speaking of leaders in government, outside of government, and we also know that alongside us today are so many leaders, whether they have been in civil service, or also we have organized labor who is here with us, RWDSU, Unite Here Local 100. And we come together, and I ask that we begin by reflecting on the number 30, its history, its significance, and its future here in New York City. A token to ride the subway cost 30 cents in 1970, which was a 50% increase from the previous year that sparked outcry, protests, and led to 12 arrests. The digits 30 have been donned by some of our most beloved athletes, from the Liberties' Breonna Stewart, to the Yankees' Willie Randolph, to the Rangers' Henrik Lundqvist. And researchers estimate that at least 30% of grocery stores across the 5 boroughs are currently playing the song Drops of Jupiter at this very moment. However, we know that for many New Yorkers, 30% at the grocery store means something very different. Since 2019, food prices have soared at grocery stores around the country
by the way,
roughly 30%. In fact,
it's gotten even worse. New data came out. Let's just take a look over at this AP story from, was this from today? No, it was from 4 days ago. Food prices have actually gone up across the United States by about 40%. You are paying 40% more today than you were in 2019. It's gotten worse. But, you know, at least one guy is doing something about keeping these prices down.
In fact, talk to shoppers around the city, and you'll often hear the same frustration. Wages have not kept up. Making matters even worse, some corporations have built out technology that allows for something called surveillance pricing, collecting personal data to charge some people more than others for the same carton of eggs, for the same gallon of milk.
This is one of the reasons why AI surveillance and the tracking is so dangerous, because it is reaching that level where they're able to target with that kind of accuracy. You know, why should you pay 30% more than someone right next to you in line just because you happen to have more of an internet data trail than another person? That's disgusting.
All of this leaves too many New Yorkers feeling like groceries are out of reach. And that is frankly unacceptable, which is why city government is stepping in to make people's lives more affordable. Today, I am proud to announce a collection of essential staples that will be predictably 30% cheaper at all 5 of our city-run grocery stores.
That's right, folks. 30% discounts at the municipal grocery stores that he's launching. Let's fucking go. Let's go. This is just unambiguously good. People in places who live in places that were formerly food deserts having access to cheaper food is a great thing. Feeding people is an unambiguous good.
This core set of goods will include all fresh produce, meat, and seafood, along with 20 other essential items like cheese, milk, and bread. Here's how it will work. Once a month, our 5 city-run grocery stores will set prices.
Is this a dude? No, Zoran Mamdani is a full-ass man.
For this core set of goods at 30% below typical retail prices. No exceptions, no gimmicks. The savings will last for the entire month. That means no weekly fluctuations nor sticker shock at the checkout line. Not for our seniors living on fixed incomes, nor for the parents who rely on a regular supply of apple slices to keep toddler tantrums at bay. Now, can we all see this incredible example of produce in my hand? Now, you will see these plantains here, so for anyone wondering how much these beautiful plantains might cost, you can use this QR code or head to grocery.nyc to access our policy report. I'm going to demonstrate exactly what that means.
Look at him go!
Ladies and gentlemen, the QR code does work. You can see this here.
Wow, this commie bastard using QR codes to make government services accessible? How dare he? Oh no! What if the poors are able to buy the food that was intended for them to buy? The horror!
There you can learn more about our city-owned grocery store program, including the 30% discount. 30% off adds up to real money for New Yorkers, with an estimated $90 saved on grocery bills each month. That is more than $1,000 saved every year. And just as important as money, those savings add up to time. For many, that 30% discount is the difference between an evening spent around the dinner table with family or working another double shift to make ends meet. Our vision of affordable, well-run, city-owned grocery stores can only be accomplished with experienced operators who know how to source products, stock the shelves, and help answer shopper questions. So today, we are also issuing an RFP for private operators to help us with the day-to-day management of our 5 city-run grocery stores. If you know how to run a grocery store and you want to do more to help your fellow New Yorkers, I encourage you to head to grocery.nyc or scan the QR code to learn more about how to apply. As we make these stores a reality, we are committed to ensuring those who work here will have good contracts for good jobs, with store workers receiving family-sustaining wages and benefits. In the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest country, in the history of the world, no New Yorker should have to worry about being able to afford to feed their family. This sentiment, frankly, is not new. More than a century ago, Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia witnessed the food riots of 1917.
God, I love how up to date he is and like how well read he is on LaGuardia. Like it's crazy. He has an anecdote for literally every single time he's in front of a camera. And why that's useful and great is that it allows him to draw a connection between what he's doing and what people in the past who are universally beloved in New York City have done. It allows him to draw this through line that then, in turn, validates and gives him more of a precedent to claim and strengthen his own political position. It's brilliant stuff.
By immigrant mothers incensed with soaring food prices. Those mothers took to the streets to overturn push carts and eventually called for a boycott of marked up goods. Years later, when he became mayor, he spearheaded the creation of municipally owned markets to reduce the cost of groceries for those same immigrant mothers. He did so because he believed in a simple definition of the task of government: to make people's lives better. Today, we are one step closer to fulfilling that fundamental responsibility. Thank you very much. Now with that, I'm going to pass it over to our Deputy Mayor, Julie Su.
Oh no! Guys, he's doing it. He's doing it in a charming way. Oh no! Oh no, guys! He's gonna make it happen. He's making the socialist grocery stores a reality. The horror! I just, it's silly. It's silly as hell. And, I don't know. I think he's just absolutely nailing it. Absolutely nailing it. Even the New York Times, which have been pretty anti-Mamdani, can't really spin this in any way that sounds terrible. A 30% discount on produce, meat, bread, and milk. Well, that just sounds great. It could save shoppers about $90 per month, or roughly $1,000 per year.
The Republicans have pushed socialism is when the government does stuff. If Mamdani, a socialist, does good stuff using the government, suddenly socialism is good even when it's not properly defined.
Socialism is when the government does stuff.
That is how it be, Frank Garcia, you have to go down so far to find like a criticism here. Frank Garcia, chairman of the Multicultural Business Coalition, a group that opposes the stores, said that the city's discounts would put our businesses out of business. How are you going to compete with that? He said. That's the thing. Nobody is competing with them because they're opening in food deserts where people don't have access to food. The entire reason these businesses are being opened by the city is because no private businesses were stepping in to fill those voids. So there's literally no one to run out of business. Also, the Taffy Bot, thank you for being a member. And also, yes, Kash Patel did just have his defamation lawsuit against a blogger thrown out for calling him a googly-eyed Kremlin bitch. Which is very, very funny. Anyway, Zoran's just absolutely killing it. I love what he's doing here, and frankly, it's wonderful. We live in a great time when it comes to Zoran Mamdani. He's nailing it.
How is Christide still in NYC? Same goes for Cuomo.
Wait, didn't Cuomo say that he was like gonna move to the moon if he lost? Like, isn't that just accurate and thus not defamation? Well, that's what the judge said, essentially. Megan Fox's giant boobs. And Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Appreciated. God, I hope Cuomo got hit by that pied de terre tax, because that would just be genuinely extraordinarily funny. Oh, fuck. Everything is great. And honestly, what's even funnier is that the attempts to try and smear Zoran Mamdani are just failing spectacularly. Specifically, here's the New York Post running a story that says thousands of 9/11 families demand Mamdani be banned from the 25th anniversary ceremony, which is pretty funny, specifically because there aren't thousands of families demanding Mamdani stay away from the 25th anniversary ceremony. The New York Post story is about a petition on change. This is according to Popular Information and Judd Legum, and you guys should pay attention to what he writes. about a change.org petition started by Giovanni Galante, whose wife, Grace Catherine Galante, was among the nearly 3,000 victims of the 9/11 attacks. Quote, "We, the family members of those murdered on 9/11, write to express our concern regarding the potential inclusion of Zoran Mamdani in the 25th year commemorative events," the petition states. The story went viral on right-wing social media, garnering millions of views on X. Within hours, the story was being featured on Fox News, the cable network that's owned by Murdoch. "I can fully understand why the families wouldn't want him there," Fox News pundit Tommy Lauren said Sunday. On the same program, Fox News' senior national correspondent Rich Edson suggested that Mamdani could demonstrate respect for the families by not showing up. And what Judd Legum uncovered here is that the text of the New York Post article directly contradicts its cover. While the cover says that thousands of 9/11 families demand Mamdani be banned, the article itself says the petition has collected over 1,100 signatures in a little over a week, including from at least 300 victims' families. But the 300 victims' families claim was initially repeated across right-wing and Jewish press, including Red State, the Times of Israel, Daily Wire, Post Millennial, Jerusalem Post, Just the News, and I-24 News. By Monday evening, the story had hit CBS News New York. Thousands of 9/11 victims' families are asking New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani not to attend this year's solemn remembrance ceremony, the network reported. After Popular Information reached out for comment, the line was removed. A revised article on the CBS website says the petition has purportedly drawn thousands of signatures, including some victims' families. And in an interview with Popular Information, Galante acknowledged that there was no actual list of family members who had signed the petition. "We don't have a list," Galante said. Rather, the 300 figure that organizers shared with the New York Post was an estimate based on how they believed the petition spread before it received much publicity. "We all know each other, so think about it. If you know 10 people and they give it to 10 more people, they know that lost." That's how we got the 300 number. I don't go through the list and look at the names. So the story here is that, you know, we eyeballed it in the same way, you know, a 5-year-old baking cookies for the first time just eyeballed the ingredients. I'm sure the cookies will turn out fine. It was verified by our whole ass. Like, incredible stuff going on. This is the best criticism they have of Zoran Mamdani, and it's literally, "We made it the fuck up." Amazing. It's like making the font size 40 so your essay is 5 pages long. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. It's crazy. "Why are you trans people so dumb?" Smarter than you, jackass! You can call into the Transatlantic Call-In Show, where we take debates from people like you who think trans people don't deserve rights and are bad for some reason. And then we wipe the floor with you on the regular. I literally have a side gig dunking on people like you in debates. Check it out. It's over on The Line. You can find me over there. I'm on every so often for the Transatlantic Call-In Show, generally every other week. And I will be on there tomorrow, actually. I don't know when this is going to go up. I don't know if that's relevant to anybody by the time this segment goes up. But, you know, just letting you know. And all that being said, I do think that Zoran Mamdani is killing it. He's doing wonderful, baby girl. And, like, I can't wait to see what he does next. What's the Line? It's a YouTube channel. It's a YouTube channel called The Line. One of the shows that they have is the Transatlantic Call-In Show that I occasionally co-host. Anyway, check it out. I also occasionally post clips of my debates on this channel too. Haven't done it in a while, not for any particular reason, but mostly because I haven't actually sat down and recorded the intros and outros for those yet. Sorry. We'll get on it, I promise. Anyway, you usually do Thursdays? Yeah, the Transatlantic Call-In Show is on Thursdays. Yeah, not a single one of these transphobes that come into my chat to be mean to me ever shows up.
May Zoran get the
There we
Sadie Khan effect and get more complaints and win by bigger margins every time, inshallah.
Hell yeah, Sake Tanuki. I'm hoping we see that boy in Congress. I'm hoping he works his way up. Let's see him as governor of New York. Let's see him as a member of the House of Representatives. Let's see him in the Senate. May he live long and prosper. And you know what? May we all. Folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about Zoran Mamdani just having a grand old time making life better for New Yorkers. And also, get involved in your local politics. You can help find the local Mamdani for your area. I promise there are people like that out there everywhere. You just got to get involved and you got to get organized, okay? Join your local Dems, join your local DSA.
Sadiq Khan, we're almost at suckmatic levels of autocorrect.
Hey! Soccer Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. If you need help getting started with DSA, if you need help getting started with your local Dems, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help getting started with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help getting started with your local Dems. We have folks all over in our community who have taken that step and are willing to help you and like give you organizing tips. Come on in. The organizing's fine. And folks, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. And we just got a full restock, 2 new sizes, a new color. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. There we go. We did it. Also, Pibblepunk, I'm sorry, I missed it. This is for you. Nia. This Jack is better than Hostile Jack? Damn, this Catabingo Rising Revengeance is not better than the same passive-aggressive Catabingo Rising Revengeance. Just so you know, you're my second favorite Jack. Samurai Jack still wins. That's fair. Oh, for fuck's sake, don't start. It's my fucking show. You can come back and try again in 10 minutes. Like, literally, the person you got salty about me talking to was fine. They sat through, and they agreed with my points. You were the only one butthurt about this. Like, heaven forbid I share a piece of advice that was meaningful to me and helpful to me. Heaven fucking forbid. Oh, this non-aggressive Jack is really lovely. I started out the show by telling folks I was not okay today, and I was doing my best to come and do a show. Like, I might put up a good front, but I'm barely holding it together. So please, don't be a pedantic, passive-aggressive bitch. Please don't do that. I live in Minnesota. I get it all the time. Don't do that. That's all of us. It's true. Minnesota just be like that. All right. Also, like, I sit and I do this show, and, like, there's just, like, dozens and dozens of people every hour coming in to tell me that, like, I'm not a human who deserving of respect. And you guys don't see that shit. I do. So, like, I don't know. If I'm a little bit cranky and a little bit of a bitch, cut me a little bit of slack. Hey. It's your show, boo. That's also true. It is my show. Okay. Let's continue. This is Jack right now. What is this?
The hanging in there star. Post this star to let your buddies know you're hanging in there. You could lose it at any moment. The hanging.
It's true. I had to go through some incredibly uncomfortable physical scenarios today, so.
Does lingerie work on the frame of an underweight femboy? I'm asking for a friend. Totally, 100%, lie.
That random druid, we very specifically tested it with cis men. Like that bit in the outro that I do, it's not facetious. We tested it on people with literally no
I love
titty.
when these
Looks great.
women are passive and docile and complacent. Just where they fucking belong. Now I
What?
can finally feel happy and comfortable in your chat again as a lefty. You for real, cat?
What? I think that was a little bit extreme. But I'm prickly. I'm a prickly lady. Also, Cards.caster, thank you for the $5 dono. And that random druid, we literally tested it on a tiny twink of a man, and it looks good. Also, I've seen people, again, very flat-chested cis men posing in pictures in it on the internet, in the wild. They look great in it, so yes. Have a running public production system, so having a basic living standard in private market. Okay. It's all good, Cardstockcaster. I know you're coming from a place of love. Are you guys ready to dive in? Actually, wait, we've been going for 2.5 hours. We've been going for 2.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and consider supporting the show, because you guys make this production possible, right?
You may have tested it on trains people, but what about boat people? Where's Michael Phelps?
We haven't been able to get a hold of Bodie McBoatface yet, but we're in the works, okay? And just so people know, we've also been trying to get a hold of the subway train from Fallout 3 to try on the Imogen Olivia bralette and panty, but no luck on that yet. Bethesda's been holding out on us, okay? Sake, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Jack, I heard a rumor that you're trans. Is that true? Just a rumor? Yeah, of course it's true. I've literally talked about it. It's in the bio of my show. Can you play my jam? I did forget. I am sorry. Here you go. Matt at Yahoo, thank you for appreciating my reference.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button.
We do need to get the outfit on Thomas the Tank Engine as well. I somehow, some way, my constant references, my meme reference to Thomas the Tank Engine on the Transatlantic Call-In show, somehow, some way that is going to become like that's the meme that's gonna like break containment. I can feel it in my bones. That's the one that's gonna like Fox News running a hit piece on me as like a socialist. She sexualized Thomas the Tank Engine and talked about whether or not he has a train penis is going to be like the thing that makes it on Fox News. I can feel it. I know it in my bones. Whenever they run a hit piece on me, it's going to involve that somehow. God. That's the thing that's gonna get me. It's gonna haunt me forever.
Thanks for keeping on doing what you do despite the haters.
Northern Fox, thanks for the 2 tier 1 subs. And I am not gonna stop just because people are rude or mean. It just does take a mental toll, you know? Doesn't mean I'm gonna stop, doesn't mean that it makes it easy, but like I'm gonna keep on pushing through. Thomas the Spank Engine. Well, if I did a cosplay of Thomas the Tank Engine, it would be Thomas the Spank Engine, for sure. What's incredible is whenever I lead a conservative who's trying to make an argument that like sex and gender are the same thing through the Thomas the Tank Engine bit, they still don't understand that like Thomas is gendered as a boy, but his sex is not male because he's a train. And like that truly is something that makes me lose a little bit of faith in humanity. You know? God. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. What is this? I'm scared. Ah, yes! My jam!
Only in year 2, you voted him in with a crazy landslide. But he didn't know what to do. Now he's found him up in West Street. They got him lost your palace coup. They might be better than Barrage, but so's anything. Now you know what to do. So am I voting for Big Face. I'm standing for the people that make you feel. Voting for Big Face. Treat you to a bad beat yet on me. You got natural crypto millions, and the Tories got no chance. As for the green, the real is something. If you want to hypnotize your boobs, but boy, you got a friend in Big Face. Democracy's in trouble. You all need someone who makes some sense. I pledge all 99 flake ice creams, but only cost 99 cents.
Pence.
Gonna bring back CPACs. I'll nationalize Adele. They say, tell me aren't you that novelty guy? And I say, I'm the same one this time. Voting for Big Face. put on my rocket shoes and I boarded my plane. Touched down in a land called Megafield. Make it great again.
To be very clear, this isn't even related to the election that he's currently in, which is for the Clacton by-election. But still a banger. Is this a Walking in Memphis parody? It is. It absolutely is. You are, yes. Oh, God. Incredible stuff. Good song, no AI, is it? Nope. It's just Count Binface. Actually, how is the Clacton by-election coming along? It's been a couple days. Clacton.
The fact that Binface is genuinely the best option is both amazing and depressing.
Just out of curiosity. Oh, God. All right.
What happens when one of Britain's most polarized...
Is this... Wait, is this narrated with AI? I don't want that if it is. Audio track was AI generated. Nope. Not doing that. Let's see, do we got anything from I don't know, the past week? Binface. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. Cozy crime novels to be taxed. Count Binface launches Clacton Manifesto. No! Telegraph, why? You're such a shitty paper. Why are you doing this? Alright, it's fine. Here, fine. We'll maybe the Clacton Gazette will be more kind. Here we go. A record 34 candidates will be standing in the election, where Count Binface is tipped to be the runner-up behind Reform UK leader Nigel Farage August 13th. In a post on X revealing his manifesto, Count Binface said, "Join me, clean up Clacton, and let's make the 13th August Bin Day. Vote Binface, vote McVote, Votey McVoteface. Hashtag yes we tin can." His full manifesto reads as follows. 1. I will boost the region's economy, prestige, and fame. 2. I will cut your taxes and raise everyone else's. 3. Bus fares will be capped at £1 99 pence and 99 flake ice creams to cost no more than 99 pence. I promise to spend more time in Clacton on the Sea than in Washington, D.C., and to champion the area, MPs who resign mid-parliament to be barred from the resulting by-election, MPs who change party mid-parliament to be forced to face a by-election. I pledge to build at least one affordable house, arcade grabber games to be made fairer so players actually have a chance to win, oil and gas companies to pay for solar panels for everyone, from Jack, age 10. I actually love that. I love that he included a 10-year-old's position. That's a good idea. Number 10, regeneration of Walton Pier, so it's just as great as Clacton Pier. A windfall tax on cozy crime novels written by celebrities. Potholes to be filled using copies of the 2024 Labour Party manifesto. Parliament to be moved to my new bin HQ in Wheelie, while the Palace of Westminster is restored. People who drive past Clacton Station with annoyingly loud exhausts to lose their license. I will not accept £5 million gifts from the crypto billionaires on Earth. A referendum on whether Pluto should regain its planet status. The hand dryer in the gents' toilet at the Great Himalayas restaurant, Southport, to be moved to a more sensible position. Wayne Rooney to be a new expert summarizer for the BBC at Eurovision. Count Binface to represent the UK at Eurovision 2027, with Clacton hosting Eurovision 2028. I stand by my past manifestos, CFAX, speakerphones, nationalizing Adele, renaming HS2 FFS, the hand dryer at the Crown and Treaty. I've got it covered. So we another hand dryer has entered the manifesto. I'm so on board with Binface. Unironically, this would be better than anything Nigel Farage could ever offer to the people of Clacton. I have to know if there's polling. I have to know if there is polling when it comes to this election. Here we are. Here's from yesterday from Lord Ashcroft, I guess. Do we have... Few of our participants said they'd already decided what to do on the 13th of August, but they were leaning in various directions. I want them back, but once that's done, get on with it and stop messing
Holy
around.
Shit. Even if most of them are jokes, Binface has a better manifesto than most politicians on Earth.
Right? Many were frustrated by the absence of what they saw as a real choice. I voted for him, but he does the absolutely bare minimum to be MP. He doesn't come here. Is Binface not even mentioned in this? Wait. Here we go. Local people, again including his own voters, were divided as to whether Farage was right to use a by-election to make a political point. Some thought it was justified and even courageous. He's quite brave, I think. He wanted to show the people of Clacton wanted to keep him, and I think that's reasonable, even though I will vote for Binface. Oh, God. Because it's such a shambles, I'll probably go Binface. Oh, this is a real poll. Man. Oh, no. Honestly, this is the best news. Oh. Let's see, Owen Jones. Unless there's a secret army of shy Binface voters, the comedy writer turned independent space warrior, popular on social media, will not triumph here. Damn. And yet, it would be so fucking funny, though. It'd be so funny. The problem for Nigel Farage is that the joke candidate is a more serious value prospect for voters than anything Nigel Farage can possibly offer them, you know? He might be a joke, but at least he's a good joke. True. True. Could Count Binface actually win? Pollsters recently asked a sample of adults in Britain who they'd prefer to win. Count Binface has nearly a 60% advantage over Farage, but more to the point, 45% of respondents either want neither candidate to win or don't know who they prefer, which is true. But like, God, I want him to win so badly. I want him to win so badly just for the memes and also for the people of Clacton. It's true. Farage was beaten by a man dressed as a dolphin in a past election. It's not out of the realm of possibility. He could win. All right. We gotta go. We gotta move on. I don't even know if this was a segment, but we're gonna keep on going. All right. Let's do this. Also, Queen Gorgo, thank you for the $6 tip. Very much appreciated. The fact that Binface is genuinely the best option is both amazing and depressing. True. Very true. Now, let's jump into this, shall we?
When has calling for unnecessary political maneuvers ever backfired in Britain recently?
Never!
That was some weird shit.
Never! Don't forget the buses, but never! Alright. If Binface wins, it will be genuinely one of the funniest things ever to happen in UK politics. Alright. Let's do this. So, folks. Steven Crowder, I've long called him a closeted Nazi. Not because he's been shy about the Nazism, mind you, but, you know, for other reasons. And he's really kind of come into his own in that role, specifically when it comes to just being a fascist. And I do mean that quite literally. This is not one of those situations where I'm saying, oh, he's a fascist, but like I'm somehow being hyperbolic. He put out a video a couple days ago titled, I shit you not, The Case for Fascism. It's called The Case for Fascism. That's where we're at. And the thumbnail for the video reads, "We need fascism." Look at that right there. Incredible stuff happening over at the Steven Crowder channel. Let's take a look. What's his argument? He's making a case. Let's hear him out.
Even the bad fascists, they were a mistaken response to equally bad Marxists or leftists. And Marxism, communism, has killed far more people, and it's not even close. It's not even close. How often do you hear the accusation of fascism? Okay.
First of all, just to give some pushback on that coming up segment, capitalists often make this argument, oh, communism, socialism killed way more people, etc., etc., etc. And yeah, the authoritarian attempts to impose some form of socialism or communism have killed a lot of people. That being said, capitalism is far from having its own hands clean, especially when you look at the track record, when you look at the death toll from colonialism, which was driven by capital accumulation, when you look at the death toll of fascism, which is the merging of business interests with the interests of the state, when you look at the death toll that happens just in the day-to-day grind and deprivation that is spurred by capital, when it comes to, like, you know, you'd have to throw in all the people who die every year because they don't have health insurance, all the people who die every year because they don't have enough food, enough water, because of the air pollution. You would have to also throw in all of the people who are dying as a result of, you know, the oil and gas industry covering up their toxins in the atmosphere and global warming and their poisoning of different water resources. You'd have to look up the toll of all of that. And when you start looking at that, it starts to look like, oh, wait, actually the death toll of capitalism is quite large. And I would also say that if we're comparing the death tolls, it's worth noting that the death tolls under communism and socialism that are largely attributed to communism and to socialism don't really have anything to do with the underlying ideology of communism or socialism. Insofar as what is communism? Communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. So clearly the Soviet Union was not communist. Neither was China under Mao. These are instead authoritarian nation states that use the ideology of communism and socialism as a justification for their authoritarian practices. And when you start to look at the actual writings of, you know, Marx, for example, the actual communists and Marxists and socialists, it turns out there's a very, very, very deep anti-authoritarian streak there. The entire purpose of socialism and communism in the first place was to address unjust hierarchy and unjust power structures when it came to economic distribution and economic power. And so what happens there is that actually seems pretty at odds when you start to look at the policies of China and the policies of the USSR, because you just traded one master for another. You traded your capitalist boss and the capitalist ownership for the ownership of the state. And then when you actually look at the actions of China and the actions of the USSR, what do you get? You get essentially state capitalism. You get the state doing all of the same things that the capitalists were doing, all of the same worker exploitation, all of the same infringement on worker freedom, which is inherently against the ideology they were espousing. And I just want to throw that out there because if we're counting up the death toll here, I don't think you can attribute the death toll to socialism and communism, these ideas that are fundamentally at odds with worker enslavement, with worker, the degradation of worker rights. I don't think you can like actually attribute the deaths that happened under these authoritarian regimes to the ideology that would have prevented those deaths, that would have denied the state power to kill those people in the first place. So if we are adding up the death toll here, I don't think that China and the USSR are decent examples at all of what socialism or communism entails.
What do you think it means? All right. To begin with, communism, Marxism, socialism, responsible for at least 100 million deaths. the 20th century. Okay? Seems to me that should be the starting off point for every semester of history, certainly economics, when you're looking at different socioeconomic systems. 100 million dead minimum to begin with. Makes it pretty hard to say, religion is the cause of all wars, right? 100 million dead, communism, that's the toll. Now, when action is taken to disinfect a nation, and sometimes I will admit, very radical action taken to deal with the root ideology and systems that have led to the death of 100 million people, the left yells fascism. The problem is fascism has been used historically, not in the way that you've been told. It's been used against communism because with communism, socialism, right, you vote them in, you have to shoot your way out.
That's not at all true. Like, I'm sorry, is there anyone who is so deluded that they think that Zoran Mamdani, a socialist, is gonna like hole himself up in City Hall in New York City, and like the United States military is gonna have to storm his office to like pry him out? Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? This is baloney. Also, it's quite easy, and many different economists and historians have attempted to find the exact death toll for example, the death toll of capitalism when it comes to wars. Some historians have put that number at over 150 million since 1914. And of course, if you're tracking the death toll of capitalism, it would include more than just war-related death, and it would include a much longer timeline than just from 1914 to today. Also, worth noting that, again, there are a lot of people who died due to capitalist decisions. But, again, these people never want to actually play this game.
Don't leave once they attain power, and they nationalize the means of production, distribution, which, by the way, is the goal of Marxism. So you've probably been taught...
Wait, what?
Nationalize the means of production, distribution, which, by the way, is the goal of Marxism.
No! The goal of Marxism, if you read what Karl Marx wrote, is for workers to have ownership of the means of production, which isn't the state owning the means of production. Those are two very different things. There's a difference between you owning a share of the place that you work and having agency to decide alongside your coworkers what your pay is, what your working conditions are, what is done with the proceeds of your labor, etc., etc. That's actually calling for democracy in your workplace, you see. That is not the same as the state owning your workplace. This is a very clear distinction. So, like, I think it's worth noting here that Steven Crowder, right off the bat, doesn't know what Marxism is, what socialism is, what communism is. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
So you've probably been taught, or maybe not even taught, you just have teachers point to historical examples of fascists. Maybe even just one or two, and then go, see, fascism bad. Have you done a little bit more? Well, hold on a second. We always want to ask why. It doesn't justify it, but the left, who is so willing to ask why when someone commits a heinous crime against an innocent person and is willing to fight to get them out of prison, which they also don't believe in, that's a part of Marxism, they're not willing to ask why someone may have risen to power with a mandate of the masses against the representatives of an ideology that has killed again.
I can't wait for him to give a specific example and for it to be horrifically wrong. So far, he's speaking in rather general platitudes. And I am excited for him to try and become, as Ezra Klein would say, more granular and just utterly beefing it.
100 million people in the 20th century. So here's how we're going to define fascism. The way the left does. Every time someone does something to prevent the left from completely subverting a nation or to try and reverse course. The left wants you to believe that fascism, not Marxism, not communism, 100 million dead, is the biggest, greatest evil threat in the world.
We are witnessing a fascist takeover of this country. And I really hope the Republican Party wakes up to that.
All power is vested in the executive. It sure looks a lot like fascism.
Trump is literally a fascist. Point to one thing, ICE. Talk about everything Trump's doing that is fascist.
At this stage, we're pretty clear on the fact that Donald Trump fashions himself an authoritarian.
You know you're living in a fascist society when you're constantly going over in your head the reasons why.
I'd call him the most divorced man in the world, but I think Elon's got a stranglehold on that title.
Oh, Steven's trying to give him a run for his money, though. Absolutely.
Strange how Crowder will say teachers point at the results of fascism and say, fascism bad, when he literally did the exact same thing when he pointed at 100 million dead and claimed, communism bad.
That's an excellent point, Jazz Dog. Excellent point.
You're safe. What we want is a country where none of us have to feel that way.
Because at the end of the day, we have a fascist in the White House.
It's not like fascism might come here. Fascism has already arrived.
All right. That one guy who said, we want a country where everyone feels safe. I don't. What do I mean by that?
I don't want a country where everyone feels safe. Like, I want all the people that I hate to feel very unsafe. Holy shit. Yeah, no, only the people I like deserve to feel safe.
I don't want communists to feel safe. I don't want people who share the goal of subverting and destroying this country. They're not, just to be clear, Marxists and those in the American Communist Party or the DSA, they don't seek to destroy America because it's fascist. They've always sought to destroy America because it's not Marxist, because it's...
That doesn't even make sense. Like, it doesn't even make sense in the framework that he's talking about, right? Because his entire statement so far has been that Marxism is when you nationalize industry and the distribution of goods. Why would one destroy America if you need the nation state of America to nationalize industries? This man is going full mask off. He is a fascist. But number two, I hope that I'm demonstrating how he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about and is just like trying to say, as Jazz Dog pointed out, communism bad, therefore we must become fascist. Wow.
It's not communist. It doesn't matter who's in power. They want to bring us to... I don't want those people to feel safe. I don't want those people to rest easy. I don't want them to create a coalition and turn this into every single communist nation that has ever existed. Let's go through some historical examples here. One that's very commonly pointed to. And just to be clear...
Well, wait a minute. Turn it into every single communist society that's ever existed? But, like, every single... The USSR and China were very different. The USSR collapsed. China did not. Like, what are you talking about? The other global superpower that rivals the United States right now, or will in the near future rival the United States, is China. And I'm not trying to say here China's good. China's look at China. What a paradigm of human civilization. China's an authoritarian, despotic nation that's engaging in all kinds of despicable shit. I do not support authoritarian regimes. That being said, his example here is that, oh, well, if you become communist, everything is nationalized and your society, your country is destroyed. China still exists, and it exists in a meaningful way on the global stage. So, like, what even is his argument right now? Like, China is engaged in a large-scale capitalistic project. They have free enterprise zones. I won't say that they are a free country, because they're very much not, but, like, Steven Crowder has no idea what the hell he's talking about.
This does not mean that I am supportive of or justifying everyone in the fascist response, right? Everyone.
Not everyone, but some guys. You know, some fascists might have been good guys, right, Steven? You know, fascists whose last names rhyme with Mauder, you know, Chowder, rather. I don't know. Just seems, I will say, Steven does give off big, what's his name? Ernst Röhm vibes.
Hey, you know what? You know when it's really fun to be railed animalistically by a man who loves you?
Anyway.
Involved with that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to provide you with some historical context. So case one, Chile. The story you were likely told, if at all, 73, far-right military dictator, Pinochet. You've heard this term a lot. It's become just a kind of a shorthand insult for a fascist. Pinochet ousted a democratically elected...
More like Peen O'Shea. Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Elected Allende after a coup. Here, we see this from The Atlantic. The ultimate lesson of the 1973 coup that brought in General Pinochet's dictatorship was that the people would not, in the end, be denied their choice. Foreign Affairs in there. It says, Chile once boasted a longer history of stable democratic rule than most of its neighbors in much of Western Europe. Now it is the last major country on South American continent to return to civilian government after a wave of authoritarianism. All right. So Pinochet came in. Oh my God. Here's the reality. From 1970 to 73, do you know what created Pinochet? It was the Marxist Salvador Allende. Mm-hmm. Far left Unidad Popular coalition. I'll just say it, the Unidad Popular coalition. Socialists, communists, radicals. So what were the results, by the way? Why do you think...
I think arguably what created Pinochet was his violent armed coup that took over the country. I think that would be more arguably what allowed him to, run the country.
Pinochet is still popular today. You can't poll it officially, but Pinochet was immensely popular. Also left, by the way. Left of his own volition, which fascists don't tend to do. So why? Why would someone who was a military dictator, why would he come to power? Well, could it be because the socialist Marxists before him had inflation up 1,600%? Wages were down 35%? Wow. The socialist Allende responded with these price controls that, by the way, created an entire black market and enabled crime cartels. Basic goods were selling for like 142% over normal prices on the black market. So what happened was Pinochet, with overwhelming support, could have been anybody, let's be clear, went in and cleaned things up. Now, could you say that he went a little too far? Well, sure. Sure he had
Did he go a little too far with his roving death squads? Did he go a little bit too far with the tens of thousands of people who were disappeared and tortured? Yeah, maybe, sure. Okay, dude.
A few communists who went for helicopter rides and we never saw them again. But if you weren't a communist, you weren't at great risk. Not whitewashing everything he did, as the left does with communists. But it was a response.
You know, I just want to point out, in case people don't know this about Pinochet, when he did his coup, he had his newly formed government send out armed squads of men to round up thousands of people and bring them to the national stadium, and then systematically start executing them. Just as an FYI. But, you know, did he go a little too far? What's a little stadium murder between friends, huh?
So what did you see from 77 to 81? Average GDP growth was about 8%. Inflation.
Oh well, you know, if the atrocities lead to 8% line go up growth, then like clearly we should be doing more war crimes. They're great for the economy.
Inflation fell to single digits from quadruple digits. Poverty went from 50% as a rate to 10%. Unemployment went from 15% down to 6%. And this cannot be stated enough.
According to Crowder, a contract that wasn't quite favorable enough was cancel culture, but he's cool with Pinochet helicopters.
Yeah, right. Also, worth noting that the CIA was involved in backing Pinochet. Surprise, surprise. There are some pretty compelling pieces of evidence out there indicating that the United States both propped up Pinochet prior to the coup and then fomented this situation that allowed Pinochet to carry out the coup. So, like, I don't know, kind of seems like maybe this was less, oh, everyone was super dissatisfied with the Allende government, and instead the United States deliberately meddled in the government here in order to get Pinochet in charge.
Overwhelming support. Pinochet. From the people for his reforms. It became known as the Great Chilean Experiment. By the way, even after he left power, they kept Pinochet's constitution. Did you know that? Well, I will say, as a byproduct, the natives of Chile did develop a persistent fear of helicopters that we're still working on.
Also, again, there are former CIA agents who have come out and directly said we were involved in the coup.
Apocalypto now.
I understand. By the way, for Pinochet,
gotta get the racism in there. That's very important for the Crowder crowd. You know, it's really important for him to be clear that, you know, he's Zen. You know, he's okay with all of it. You know,
I masturbate to meditation.
Oh yeah, he's that guy.
I just want you to know, like, those numbers that you gave were long-term numbers. It wasn't just like he did great for a short period of time and then it reverted back. These reforms seem to have held and had long-term great benefit for the country.
Yep. And by the way, they don't always hold.
No.
But it is important to note that typically when you think fascist, you don't think someone who comes in with a mandate of the masses and improves the lives for everyone.
Or leaves office.
Right.
That's a weird one.
Right.
Usually get rid of elections.
Right. Yeah. And I get it. Some people went on helicopter rides who shouldn't have. Okay. You think nobody else was being targeted under the socialist Marxist government? Have you looked anywhere in South America and see there's always a coup. There's always a coup going on. Right now, so I guarantee you there's a coup.
There's always a coup going on. Especially if it was, you know, backed by the CIA. Ugh. Now, it's worth noting here that when they're talking about the economic growth under Pinochet, can anyone take a stab at what spurred that economic growth? What spurred the massive amount of profits generated by the overall economy? Anyone want to take a guess? What caused that massive spike? Weapons manufacturing. No, none of you got it yet. Selling of assets. Punky gal, ding, ding, ding. It was the privatization of nationalized commodities. It was the privatization of things that had previously been run by the government to make available to people at closer to cost. And so what wound up happening was that
We resist. We remain. Hope is an ember in the dust.
Hell yeah.
Spark of resistance to combust.
Kara Valmejar VT, thank you very much for subscribing. Appreciate you. But yeah, it was the privatization. It was that the economy was privatized, and essentially that Pinochet then went around and got the guys in his inner circle wealthy by handing off the previously national assets to each one of them, and heavily investing in mining, things like copper, right? And all of this, of course, is not, in fact, surprising. Largely because when you take a nationalized resource and you privatize it, it does spur economic growth for a time, until suddenly the drive for profits continues and the services get slashed, the product quality gets slashed, and then, really starts to go downhill from there. But the line appears to go up because wealth becomes concentrated into fewer hands rather than being dispersed, right? And what's interesting here is that, like, this is not... How do I put this? This is not a sustainable state of affairs. It is limited in its utility. And really what wound up happening is that as Pinochet coalesced and got power, he did diversify the economy, to better set up his oligarch pals. That's essentially what happened, right? And when you look at everything that happened, it turns out, creating a set of oligarchs doesn't actually work out in the long run. It actually destabilizes the entire economy. And when you look at the different economic development over time, what ends up being very clear here is that, well, the economic miracle that they're talking about isn't quite that miraculous. Let's take a look here. Here it is. Here's the map I'm looking for. Not map, chart. A change in GDP per capita from 1973 to 1990. So, well, let's take a look here. How is Argentina doing relative to, other countries here? Oh, it was at the bottom of the pack consistently over time. And what exactly caused a lot of this? Well, let's talk about that. What exactly happens when you privatize, nationalize things right off the bat? It causes an economic shock. And that, in turn, caused a short-lived economic depression under Pinochet. This largely happened within the first year of him coming to power. And it did dissipate, but as you can clearly see here from the chart, Argentina wasn't booming like, for example, Brazil or Chile, or Uruguay, or Mexico. It was instead doing quite poorly. So when they're talking about the boons of fascism, keep in mind that, like, they were doing really, really fucking terribly. Yeah, they were poverty maxing. For sure, for sure. Ugh, God. And wouldn't you know it, when these things were privatized, do you guys think that they were sold at a fair price to, investors who were going to use and oversee the these previously nationalized assets with an eye to making them better, more efficient, and all that jazz? Or do you think the opposite happened? Oh wait, Pinochet sold all of the government properties below market price to his friends and family members? Oh, wait, so he screwed over the people of Argentina? That's crazy. Wow, who could have predicted that? That's wild. God. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating to, like, look at this and just be like, well, they did better than, like, people experiencing an economic depression. Argentina or Chile? Sorry, I was talking about Chile. Not Argentina. That's my bad. But the point here being that, like, when you're looking at this, the years under Pinochet, Chile was doing terribly. Chile did bad. And the best case scenario for him was, hey, from 1973 to when did he 1981? Yeah, Chile, the Chilean economy sucked ass. And you see here, it falls off sharply, and then you see it start to, like, gain some steam here, and then it collapses again. It is not doing a miracle here. It was still doing worse than Colombia at its height. Like, it was one of the worst economies in Latin America under Pinochet. And this is one of the reasons I think that, like, Steven Crowder doesn't know what he's talking about. It's frustrating as hell. Sorry for the confusion, by the way.
Coup, if it's not going on out in the public, it's being planned. Someone's planning a coup. There's a coup meeting. Let's look at another case study. Brazil. Story you've probably been told. 1964 military coup overthrew democratically elected President João Goulart. The reality? Well, look, this president, the policies destroyed, as we saw before. You know, if it didn't take part in killing 100 million people as the rest of communism, well, inflation at about 100% was pretty bad. GDP non-existent, literally less than 1%. Pretty bad. So what did he propose? Nationalizing foreign oil refineries, by the way, seizing agricultural land, granting voter rights to the illiterate because he knew he would never win an election again. He doubled down on all the policies that were making everybody's lives miserable. And so what happened was the military coup came to, quote, complete the mission of restoring economic and financial order to Brazil. 64 to 74, the economic, you look at inflation, it was cut by 82%.
He cherry-picks statistics to push his own agendas.
Yeah, I'm still stuck on Pinochet here, because like part of this is that like the lesson that should be learned from a lot of Latin American socialist countries, right? And also Yugoslavia, for example, is that you shouldn't base your entire economy around one natural resource and one commodity that is traded internationally. And the reason I say that is because oil, like the oil bust, is what destroyed Yugoslavia's economy. And similarly, it's what fucked over Venezuela, because they built up social safety nets and social programs that relied on the price of oil in Venezuela and in Yugoslavia. And when that price crashed, they couldn't fund their social safety nets and everything fell apart, right? And in a similar way, when you look at the history of Chile, Allende's policies weren't the best, but what broke him and lost him his overwhelming social mandate was not those failures. It was the colossal crash in the price of copper, because Chile built its economy off of the value of copper. And when copper prices crashed, their economy went to shit. And that is when, again, Pinochet steps in as like a, I alone can fix it type guy. So, like, when we're talking about this, it's not as straightforward as, oh, everyone just hated the, the socialist policies of Allende. No. It was copper went bust, and the economy of Chile went bust, and then that opened the door for Pinochet. That's it. That's it.
You look at the GDP annual average, right, less than 1%. It went to 13%.
Wow.
Industry growth was up 30%. And again, the coup was supported by the people. So it's very different for people. When people hear coup, they go, a military dictator, military leader.
Right.
When you live in a country that's been disarmed and a country that has been subject to actual corruption in a way that we don't know, this happens all across South America, there's nothing they can do. And so there can be a military to completely oppress and subjugate the people.
I will say there are some people on the left who think that the Chilean coup was made possible because the United States tanked the price of copper on purpose. I don't think that's the case. From what I've read, I don't think that's the case. It's more just every single socialist and communist who is involved in drafting policy for any kind of country should be aware that building your social safety net off of one, globally traded resource is a bad idea. It needs to be diversified. It's kind of like if you're playing a grand strategy game like Civilization, you need more than one resource. You need to have, a diversity in your economy. Otherwise, it all falls apart.
Or the military is used to liberate the people, or used with the support of the people. Either way, the military is being used because the people can't do a thing. That's what happened in Brazil. The people actually had a huge, it was called the March of the Family with God for Freedom. And that actually took place before the coup happened, and it celebrated the coup afterward.
There's only one surefire way to make mad gains, because a strict diet and workout routine just isn't enough. If you want to truly level up, you're going to need my proprietary pump poppers.
Hey, Haas, what's proprietary about that?
What, Stephen? Why Why are you selling poppers, Stephen?
It's okay to like to feel being used on a carnal level. Hey, you know what? You know when it's really fun to be railed animalistically by a man who loves you?
You just gotta trust me.
I don't, though, and they clearly shouldn't. That's why here at Foundation, we really only sell 2 supplements that you can consume. Foundation Daily, a daily multivitamin supplement. Every single ingredient listed at its clinically active dose, and you can go check out the lab certificates available upon request on the website. And Foundation Creatine. We sell Creavitalis, a patented German 99.9%.
I'm sorry. In this scenario, is he supposed to be the big impressive man? Is he coming in to be like, you're flabby and not fit, but I, Steven Crowder, am swole. Look at how tight my shirt is. He's just taller, yeah.
Pure form of creatine, the most studied kind with no fillers or additional bullcrap. Everything here is clinically proven to make your life better, unlike proprietary, what'd you call it?
Pump poppers.
What's in it?
I have a patent.
I bet it's crap. Go to Found.
Why Steven has struck a sassy pose here. Look at him. Hands on his hips, a little bit of a tilt. Steven, you sassy bitch.
FoundationDaily.com. Get everything you need. Nothing you don't. Proven science, zero secrets. That's your foundation. Visit FoundationDaily.com today. Subscribe, save 40% off for life. Case number 3. Go ahead, bring it up. That's fine. Here's a story you probably heard. Far-right Francisco Franco ushered in years of dictatorship after basically taking out the democratically elected government. This comes from The Guardian. Half a century on, the deeds and legacy of the man whose military coup against the Republican government ushered in a 4-decade dictatorship built around the authoritarian ideology of National Catholicism continue to haunt, divide, and confuse 21st century Spain.
Confused?
They're so confused in Spain.
Didn't they have a male Miss Spain?
They might have.
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll find that.
What's the matter with you? Oh.
They're confused, all right.
Mister, what's the difference?
That's right.
A penis.
At this point, as you know, in life, a penis is hard to find.
Nice.
What is happening? I have a bunch of sound clips here on my board of this man saying incredibly homoerotic things.
I'm gonna look like a podling who's been fully drained. You want to feel like that man can't control himself because of this carnal, just unbridled attraction to you that he can't keep his hands off of you.
This guy is... He's constantly talking about dicks. He's constantly talking about dicks and poppers and like dressing up. Like, dude, I'm flabbergasted. I've known a lot of gay guys, and like, this is gayer than anything they ever did. That being said, it is wild that he's about to go to bat for Francisco Franco. You know, the guy who allied with Hitler, but let's go.
Name that movie line.
I know it.
Careful! Gerald might try to finish you. All right. Here's the reality. 36 to 1939. You had this popular front coalition, communist, socialist, Marxist, right? What happens, they took power. They first mass released all of the other communist, socialist, Marxists from prison. So picture Arkham Asylum. They punished landowners and it instituted all these incredible draconian agrarian reforms, forced the wealthy to take their money out of Spain. They ushered in what you know as the Spanish Civil War, and the result was what is referred to as fascism, where Franco seized power, but brought some stability, including cutting inflation in half. They don't tell you that.
Wait, what? He brought in stability by starting the Spanish Civil War? You know, nothing is stable quite like a civil war. I don't know how this man is able to try and make these arguments. Oh yeah, no. He stabilized the country by plunging it into civil war. A civil war so well known and reviled that it's the subject, specifically the collaboration between Franco and Hitler was immortalized in Pablo Picasso's Guernica. One of the most famous anti-war paintings ever made. It's huge. Like, this painting is absolutely colossal. But, like, okay.
Almost tripling the GDP. Foreign investment, trade expanded. All of a sudden, you actually had private.
It's also worth noting that when we're talking about, oh, look at all these developments. Yeah, because Spain was industrializing. In the aftermath of the Civil War and World War II, they were industrializing. Insane shit.
But business taking place. And what's funny is this actually encompasses the
What's crazy to me is he's like, well, if you have a dictator, it's fine as long as the businesses are doing well, which is literally what fascism is. It is the alignment of private enterprise and a, authoritarian government.
Anarcho-syndicalism of Catalonia, which they try and tell you about as a success. That's how you know they failed, when you ask someone to point to a successful example of communism or socialism. They go, oh, there are these groups that were pretty violent, but they were making it work most of the time in Catalonia. No, that's not true. And again, this was a man who had a lot of support from the masses, including, yes, the Roman Catholic Church and its constituents.
Yeah.
So if you have violence and violence, let's just really simplify it. All right, you have violence and you have violence. But in one case, you have violence, starvation, and poverty. In the other case, you have violence that stops mass starvation and poverty. You understand why the people of these countries don't share the opinions of the professors in discussing historical cases of fascism. Let's go to case 4, Bolivia. By the way,
Wait, that was it? Wait, I'm sorry. That was your entire argument?
All right. Yeah. So if you have, including, yes, the Roman Catholic Church and its constituents.
Yeah.
So if you have violence and violence, let's just really simplify it. All right, you have violence and you have violence. But in one case, you have violence, starvation, and poverty. In the other case, you have violence that stops mass starvation and poverty. You understand why the people of these countries don't share the opinions of the professors.
What's crazy to me here is that he's using the argument of, well, if you use violence and end hunger, that's fine. And that's what happens under fascism. Except that's not what happens under fascism. That's generally the goal of, like, the revolutionaries under communism. Like, what drove the anti-Tsarist forces in Russia was not, oh, we want private enterprise, we want a higher GDP. They were literally starving peasants who wanted food instead of to live under the imperial thumb of the Tsar. Like, I'm just like, it kind of just seems like you're saying violence is justified always for the side that has more money. Right? Like that's the end conclusion of what he's saying, where effectively if your side has more wealth, you are always justified to act out of violence, which is, oddly enough, very fitting with an abuser mindset. It is the ideology of might makes right. Oh, I have more resources than you? Then I'm justified to do anything to you. Which is also, oddly enough, from, reading into the details of Steven Crowder's divorce, his ideology when it comes to interpersonal relationships with people he wants to or is married to. So, it's not surprising that he arrives at these ideas, but, like, this is actually just, like, stupid as hell.
In discussing historical cases of fascism. Let's go to case 4, Bolivia. By the way, all the references for these links are in the description. I highly recommend that you read up on this a little bit more, especially Pinochet. That's a fascinating story.
Also, can we just talk just for a minute? One of my favorite aspects of Francisco Franco's regime is that Franco was a huge supporter of the monarchy, and his entire dictatorship, he was like, I'm doing this so that we can restore the monarchy back to its rightful power and position. And when Franco left office, power was restored to the monarchy, but the Spanish royalty just turned the country back over to the people and turned it back into a democracy, which is, I think, very funny and fitting and speaks well of them. So, good on them. They turned the country over to all of the forces that Franco hated during his life.
To see the boom that we saw economically in Chile. So the story you've been told with Bolivia, 71, U.S. backed.
Also, I just want to point out, they're still excavating mass graves from Franco to this day. Here's one of them. That is a mass grave of 26 bodies that were executed by Franco's forces during the Spanish Civil War. And this is from Estepar. So, yeah, this is still something that they are uncovering the totality of to this day. This is what Steven Crowder is caping for, by the way.
Dictator Hugo Banzer took power after a violent coup. By the way, there's, of course, truth to this. U.S. backed. Do you guys understand?
Yeah.
Again, 100 million dead from communism, the 20th century, and there's always some communist turd swirling around in South America. So, of course, we're going to have a vested interest and go, oh, wait, is there someone who's anything other than communist? Because we don't want that on our continent. So, yeah, it doesn't mean that there's some crazy psyop. It means that there are countries that either were going to or had veered communist, and we kept our eye on it.
And it was almost always Russian.
We kept our eye on it and then, massacred people. Totally justified. Don't question it.
Backed communism.
Of course.
It wasn't just communism happened.
Right.
So we were fighting a proxy war, essentially.
Exactly. Anyone out there who thinks that Russia, China, Iran, that they don't play favorites in international affairs, you're a silly person. So the real story is 71. Yeah, Hugo Banzer took power after a violent coup. Let's read this from Harper's. It says, Banzer's 3-day coup in August 1971 was significant not only for the fighting that accompanied it, which left 110 dead and 600 wounded, but for the 7-year regime that followed, one of the most repressive in Bolivia's history. Here's the reality. Okay. 52 to 1970, Bolivia had this crazy leftist revolution. They nationalized mines, oil, a lot of land.
Oh, just as an FYI, because Stephen Crowder, for obvious reasons, isn't talking about this. Franco is credited with killing 110,000 Spanish partisans in the Civil War. This is just in the Civil War. This isn't during his rise. This isn't after he rose to power. And also, Franco killed over 110,000 civilians. You know. So, cool stuff.
And to be clear. So very similar to what you see in places like Cuba, right? What they don't tell you is not only the people killed, but before you had a military coup. Let me ask you this. How do you think you nationalize mines, oil, or land? Where the government takes it.
The people, they willingly give it up.
Right.
They're tired of dealing with them themselves.
Right.
I mean, the government in America does that right now. Yeah, the government in America can come in and be like, we need this land of yours to build like a sidewalk or to enlarge the road. Like, that happens right now.
It's hard.
So that means guys with guns come and take it away. And very often you can go click these links. They don't list that as the same violence, or they don't put in the same category as the coup that followed it. So they'll just mention like, well, they instituted policies, nationalized. So when men come in and take your stuff, take your private stuff, your personal stuff with guns, it's a policy. When men fight those people with equal guns, oh, it's a coup. So you see the scam?
That's not a scam. A coup is when you go in with a bunch of guys with guns and you kill the old government and take it for yourself. Like, it's when you overthrow the representatives of the people who were elected and install yourself and your cronies into power. That it's not the same thing as the government like coming in and like paying you below market price for your land. This is not the same thing. His co-hosts are such unconvincing lackeys. Of course they are. They're hired there to be yes men.
Being played. Then 70 to 71, you had the it was a leftist Tory seized power. Crazy, even more radical government, leftist government. And they basically replaced what you know as Congress with a workers' Soviet. So the result was Hugo Banzer, staged a coup with the support of a huge percentage of the population who were helpless and could do nothing. And what were the results? Well, you saw GDP double its historical average. You saw prices stabilize. You saw a foreign investment boom that you had.
You know, what's really interesting here, the economic record of the Banzer years look quite good when taken in isolation. I wonder if we have a larger context for this. Bolivia's economic crisis. Is this? Yeah, here we go. Found it. This is from 1989. Let's find Bolivian GDP. There we go. The economic record of the Banzer years looked quite good when taken in isolation. Bolivian GDP growth averaged 5.4% per year, which was far above the average 2.4% during the whole period of 1952 to 85. Prices were rather stable, except in 1974, following a major devaluation of the Bolivian peso. Investment as a share of GNP reached historical highs, as did government revenues relative to GNP, though the gap between government expenditures and government revenues widened. In an era of easy foreign finance, however, the gap was readily filled by eager foreign bankers. Few observers at the time realized the precariousness of the Banzer boom. Built as it was on a temporary commodity boom, easy access to foreign finance, and a narrow political base. Oh! You mean that the financial boom was actually the result of some external factors that Banzer had nothing to do with? Oh, that's so strange. That's so weird. Bizarre, even. It's almost like when you read the full when you read the full context, it almost turns out that Stephen Crowder's full of shit and just cherry picks anything he wants out of context. That's so strange.
Not seen at any other point. So again, policies. They nationalized list businesses here. And then there was a violent coup against it. Let me ask you, you think the violent coup might have included some people who had their shit nationalized? So yeah, it doesn't mean that you should support every person.
Also, can we just talk for a second? Nationalizing something doesn't necessarily entail that government jackbooted thugs come with guns and say you have to give us your national rail line because otherwise we'll kill you. And then they like take the deed from you and like walk home whistling. Like, the government often pays, I'm not going to say always, but often pays the people who owned it. It gets paid for. It's bought.
With a fascist, moniker next to their name. But it also doesn't mean that it's accurate. And I think if someone says, well, look at the fascist, almost invariably, if you look throughout history, even the bad fascists, they were a mistaken response to equally bad Marxists or leftists. And Marxism, communism, has killed far more people, and it's not even close. It's not.
What's crazy to me is that if truly these leftist movements that he's talking about were as bad as the fascists, what we are talking about here would be way easier for him to prove, right? Like, all he would have to do is point at, here are the terrible policies. And instead, when you actually go and look at the policies that he's talking about, it's like, hey, there was a devaluation of our core commodity that we were using to price and like fund all of our, social safety nets. And then the economy went into free fall. Or, oh, hey, we wanted people to have food and for capitalists to stop robbing the working class people in our country. And then they killed us about it. Or it's like, hey, for example, because he's alluding to Germany here a little bit, like the worst ones. He's dancing around Nazi Germany here as an example. And what was going on in Nazi Germany at the time? Oh, they were saying, oh, hey, or pre-Nazi Germany, the Weimar Republic. Well, they had widespread inflation. Was that because of their socialist policies? No, it was because of the colossal amount of national debt that had to be paid off related to the Treaty of Versailles. Oh, well, what was it because of all of the socialism at the time that was threatening to, I don't know, nationalize things in Germany? Well, no, because the socialists didn't have the power to nationalize things in the Weimar Republic. They were trying to build power to pass more worker-friendly reforms. What was happening in the Weimar Republic? Oh, no, they were treating trans people as human beings and allowing gay people to, like, live their lives openly. I'm sure Stephen Crowder would be against that. And What was the what were some of the other things? There's a lot of crickets in the air tonight. But on the other hand, you had the Nazis who were like, "Hey, we just need to take over all that land in Poland because honestly, all of those Poles are the ones that are stealing from us, and also those Jews in Poland are orchestrating our downfall, actually." And like, what's wild to me is that Steven Crowder's like, well, actually, the Nazis kind of had a point there. And it's like, wow, dude. Fuck you. Like, the big scary policies he's talking about are people saying, hey, what if we set minimum wages that allowed us to live? The big scary policies he's talking about are, hey, what if unions were able to negotiate on equal terms with their bosses? The big scary policies he is talking about are, hey, what if we had price controls to make sure food was affordable? Like, he's saying, like, a reaction that is reasonable to that is for a fascist military leader to gain power and start campaigns of terror that kill millions. And his justification for it is to point at, Mao killing millions, or Stalin killing millions. And he's like, see, those guys killed millions, so really it's okay if fascists kill millions too. Because, they kill millions and people make money. Which, I want to point out, that's also how that worked in China and the USSR. The people in the inner circle of power, they always had special privileges. They always made out like bandits. The difference is he's just saying, well, I like the guys who had, more money. That's it. That's all he's saying. It's bullshit. It's might makes right gussied up as if it's a meaningful political ideology. And I find it disgusting.
Not even close. So rather than starting history at the response, well, the left deliberately doesn't want you to look just a little bit further. Just do this. Anytime you hear about fascists, whether it's Pinochet, whether it's Panzer, take your pick, just rewind the tape by 2 years. 2 years more than whenever the person telling you the story is starting off. They start off in 64, just rewind it to 62. They start off in 71, just rewind it to 69. You'll go, oh!
Wait, you know what? Actually, that's a great idea. I support this. This is a unique opportunity for me where I agree with something Steven Crowder said, which is, hey, when someone's talking about a historical event and you don't know what's going on, go look up additional context. That's actually great advice. And also, that's advice that is going to absolutely bury the points that Steven Crowder is trying to make. What is awesome about this is that Steven Crowder is saying this banking on the idea that no one in his audience is actually going to bother to go and look this shit up. And the reality is, if you do, you will realize how full of shit Steven Crowder is. So this is a win in my book.
Tech for me to get off. But I leave with a Skeletor fun fact. Remember, you pass your death anniversary every year, without ever knowing the date. Until we meet again.
True that, Random Druid. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Appreciate you. Thank you so goddamn much. And you have a good night.
Oh, I get it. Doesn't mean it's right, but I get it. Let me ask you this. What would you do in this country? What would you do in this country if you had an election, and I'm not saying that this has happened, to be clear, but if you had an election verifiably stolen, and then you had, let's say, the DSA come in, pack the courts, eliminate the Electoral College, legalize every single illegal alien in this country, and by the way, usher in another 20 million more so that you would have socialism forever. And they would use that political capital and power to nationalize your private shit. Think you'd support a coup? Or would that be too?
Yeah, dog. What if America democratically elected a bunch of people on the left? Do you think you, a minority fascist in America, would support a violent coup against the government? Like, of course these guys would. Like, of course that's the conclusion he's trying to lead people to. But I'm here to tell you, hey, if there's a democratically elected government, you shouldn't coup it. Like, what are you talking about? Yeah, if the majority of the people of America voted in socialists, we should abide by that. That's how democracy works. Now, he's trying to say, well, if it was stolen, but the problem is Republicans think all of the elections that don't go their way are stolen because they live outside of reality. And Steven Crowder knows this because he just told his audience to go look up this shit, knowing that they wouldn't. Knowing that the people that they might encounter online who give them resources that are counter to their assumptions are going to be disregarded. Because socialism, because fascism relies on anti-intellectualism to flourish. Fascism relies on a lack of information, upon a proud ignorance, upon a lack of self-reflection. And Steven Crowder knows this. It's why he's championing fascism here. And yeah, he knows they just want to be told what to think. Exactly. And so what I find interesting here is that it's clearly evil, but he doesn't want to engage on the actual policies of fascism. He wants to describe it as if it is an emergent dynamic that is, amoral. It is without moral weight, really, when you think about it, because it's just a reaction. It's when you move that little, the little metal ball that you swing, and then there are several metal balls, and the other end swings, and it goes back and forth. He wants you to imagine that ideologies like fascism and communism are like that. Instead of making any actual argument about the ideology of fascism itself, instead of making any argument about the actual ideology of socialism or communism itself, he is trying to rely on you not knowing shit about history in order to say, oh, it's just a thing that happens. It's just like, you throw an apple up, it has to come down. It's like that. And I don't know. Just kind of seems evil. I'm gonna go a step beyond that. It is fucking evil. It's disgustingly evil. This guy is leading his viewers and then saying, hey, if a socialist wins an election, all you gotta think is that it was stolen, and then you are justified to do any and every act of violence in order to put a stop to them. That is his argument. His argument here is if you see a President AOC, if you see the Mamdani coalition growing, you're justified in killing them. That's where he's leading his viewership. And I think that's pretty disgusting. I think that's pretty gross, and I think that it's transparently fascistic. It's transparently vile. Because fascism as an ideology is intellectually bankrupt, morally bankrupt. It is a death cult that seeks to destroy both itself and everything it touches. Yeah, the argument he's making is that all fascism is justified. All fascism, to Stephen Crowder here, is an emergent property of the universe and is justified because that's what it takes to be profitable and to kill, you know, a far greater evil in his mind, which is just people wanting to have equal rights and wanting to not be exploited. And frankly, it's impossible to really read that as anything other than the most evil incarnation of the human spirit. Every evil inclination we have manifest at once. So, all that being said, folks, you know, they do go on talking here, but I'm done with this. I don't want to sit for another 3 minutes with these clowns. And all that being said, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about all this. Again, I do want to apologize for at one point in there, I was pointing at Argentina. I was trying to talk about Chile. I hope I recovered sufficiently. But if you want to roast me in the comments for that, that's fine. Mistakes do be done on a live show. All that being said, get organized, folks, because we need to get organized so we can be sure that no matter what happens, we can beat these assholes whenever and wherever they rear their ugly heads. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA, get involved today. And if you don't know where to start, you can join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help joining your DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. And folks, if you want to do door knocking or phone banking across the nation outside of your local area, join Progressive Victory. There's a link down below in the description for that. And you can get hooked up into their organizing efforts for progressives all over the United States. All that being said, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfy, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com. Got 2 new sizes, got a full restock, and a new color. Go check it all out. Link down in the doobly-doo. And let's keep on going. There we go. Is it wrong to go on an eroge arc? I don't know what that is. And if so, should you tell women about your eroge collection, or would that creep them out? Perhaps say, I don't know what that means. But I will say, you can find women who are into anything, and just like find a woman who's interested in that and share your interest together. Like, otherwise, eroge, erotic anime. Some people are into that. Like, find a woman who's into that. Like, go on, you know, like FetLife or something, and like find a lady who's into that, and like, but make sure they're into it before you share that. You know, kind of like get to the stage in your relationship together where like you talk about what pornography you each like. And like if it turns out she's not into pornography at all, then like, you know, how interested in it are you? Like, how important is it to you? Is it a deal breaker if she's not into pornography and you are? Like, that's up to you to decide. I wouldn't on a first date. No, you should absolutely not bring it up on a first date unless you met at like an anime convention in front of like a booth that sells that kind of shit. Yeah, like exactly, Conjure Gay Frogs. There are girls who will make whatever you read look vanilla. 100%. you can look like anything and get yourself a girlfriend. You just got to put yourself out there. I mean, all this unironically. Absolutely. All right, folks, we've been going, believe it or not, for 4 hours. If you guys have been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because you guys make this show possible. I could not do it without you fine folks. And we are closing in on our
You
AI
can share
goal.
your interest in anime and suggest a cosplay for a con if you're going.
Ooh,
then
that's a
pick
good idea.
character from one.
That's a good idea. Take a page out of Dress Up Darling's book. That's a wonderful idea, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Like, find a nice cosplay girl and, like, get into making cosplay together. And then, like, you know, do a couple outfit to a con. All right? Max Danger, thank you for the gifted membership. I very, very much appreciate it. Don't watch porn on a first date. Yeah, don't do that. No. Oof. Okay. We got one. I think
Is in you because they know if they control your mind.
Fuck, man. Okay. Folks,
You can always cosplay a green toy and claim your Pickle Rick.
honestly, not a bad move. Not a bad move at all. Koopashell, you do know cool people. Whew. Folks, how we all doing? Also, Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. You are killing it today. YouTube out here barely holding a candle to you. And the rest of riverboat.gg. Let's fucking go. Getting sleepy, but okay. How are you? I'm doing all right. I'm trying to decide at the moment whether we do the Michigan debate or we do Ben Shapiro. These are the two things that I am weighing at the moment. Okay? You got, oh yeah, Sake Tanuki is right. You have to make sure you have a flanged Pickle Rick. Truly. Holy shit, Anime Sidekick Gal, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Turning YouTube chat into a green paradise. My god. Wait. There we go. Didn't we earn What If Alt Hist again? Did I miss it? You guys did earn What If Alt Hist. Unfortunately, there have been a series of Democratic primary debates that we need to cover, so that has taken precedence. However, I will be delivering that, even if it means doing an extra stream this Saturday. So I'm going to be trying to do my best here. All right? Anime Sidekick Gal, repping the YouTube chat for real, for real. Let's go! Give us Benny, debate more important. A lot of people are sleeping. Ben Shapiro will become a verdant forest. Hell yeah, very small moth. Okay, so I'm not getting a ton of feedback here. Ben Shapiro, Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro, Ben Shapiro. Wow, so many of you want to see me dunk on Ben Shapiro. All right. I'm wanting the debate, poll. The problem is I have 4 different chats to poll, so I'm trying to do this the best I can. From the bird's eye view of all 4, you guys want Ben Shapiro. Let's do Ben Shapiro, because frankly, every time I do Ben Shapiro, the video gets views. And the debate, while we would all very much enjoy it right now, will not get views. But we will still do the debate. I think, depending on how long it takes us to get through this Ben Shapiro video, we might still have time to do the debate. Let's see. All right. We gotta make it juicy, you know?
Wet ass P word. P word is female genitalia.
Yes. All right. You stream tomorrow? Thursdays are kind of up in the air because basically how it works is I do this show so late that I then go to sleep and I wake up right before I have to go host the Transatlantic Call-In show. And it's kind of a toss-up if I have the spoons to then go and do another show on Thursday night. So Thursdays are kind of like a coin flip as to whether or not I'll be there. But, or at least every other Thursday, it's a toss-up. So we'll see. That being said, I will not be streaming on Friday. So perhaps I will force myself to stream tomorrow anyway. We'll see. Maybe we'll do What If Alt Hiss tomorrow. That would be that we could have fun with. Maybe we'll do What If Alt Hiss tomorrow. It takes less out of me. Because it's genuinely like watching a little fascist sea cucumber try and make content. Will I be streaming on Constitution Day? I don't know what that is. Alright. Let's do Ben Shapiro. Let's do Ben Shapiro, baby!
No, she's gonna prosecute the president of the...
Alright. Let's do this. So, folks, Ben Shapiro is, frankly, running scared of Zoran Mamdani. He is running video after video about how Zoran Mamdani is essentially New York City's devil, and that he's coming to get you. He's coming for you, and maybe even for you. And if you think I'm exaggerating, he literally put up a video yesterday titled, "Mamdani just made you a target." And frankly, I can't wait to dive in to what this is. Look at this weaselly little fuck. I'm so excited.
New York City has fallen. Remember in The Dark Knight Rises?
Oh, we're 3 seconds in and it's already great. Oh, we're 3 seconds in. 3 seconds in. New York City has fallen. Anyway, remember that comic book movie? Guys, it's a really serious problem. That's why he's comparing it to The Dark Knight Rises. It's a really serious problem that we can all intuitively grasp. That's why you have to imagine it is a movie.
When the villain Bane decides to take over and destroy Gotham City by essentially unleashing a gigantic class war. Well, imagine that Bane doesn't wear a mask, but instead a smarmy smile. That he has the adoration of an entire legacy media, and that he also sympathizes with the radical Islamic hatred for the United States. Well, that would...
What? Yeah, Zoran Mamdani. Yeah, he's definitely like that, bro. Definitely.
Actually, so the buses in New York City, prior to the buses, there were trolleys and streetcars in the city. So really, New York City has been always been about transit. And,
When did the switchover happen?
That's a long time ago.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, that certainly seems like Bane to me. Who can forget that scene from The Dark Knight Rises where Bane sits down and plays Mario Kart to talk about public transit in Gotham? It was an unforgettable moment.
Oh, I'm hit by the blue shell. I was raised here, born to cut. Ah, I'll get you next time, you Yoshi bastard.
Definitely my favorite part from that film. Anyway.
That would be Mayor Zoran Mamdani. Yesterday, Zoran Mamdani pulled the single most disgusting communist stunt I've probably ever seen in America.
What? The most disgusting communist stunt? I can't wait. What did he do? Did he like praise the massacres of Mao Zedong? Did he did he deny the Holodomor? What are you talking about?
In New York City, and it's only going to get worse from here. This is the Ben Shapiro Show.
Incredible stuff.
So it is certainly not unprecedented.
You think the red shells are your ally? I was born with the red shells, molded by them. Face the wrath of my blue shell! Ah! The shell coming from last place to unseat those at the top. How fitting, Mr. Wayne.
Human history that when people take positions of power, they seek to unleash the proletariat against the bourgeois. In fact, it's really, really common. Well, Zoran Mamdani decided yesterday that it would be a great idea to do this in the most obvious and disgusting way. So yesterday, according to the New York Post, Mamdani's administration published a searchable database of New York properties that could theoretically fall under the state's new pied-à-terre tax. And so that pied-à-terre tax was supposed to be a tax on people's second homes. And now the city has decided to upload a comprehensive list purporting to cover all unoccupied non-primary residents in the 5 boroughs worth north of $1 million, but not just the addresses, the full names and the addresses of every single property owner. So it's just a list of supposedly rich people. The New York Post counted some 960,000 residences and individuals listed as potentially in line to be hit with Mamdani's pied-à-terre tax, even though originally when he was selling this stuff, he said it would be 31,000 homes that would be liable for the pied-à-terre tax, the second home tax. So they listed almost 1 million residences and people. And includes everybody who's rich, including, by the way, some A-list celebrities like Taylor Swift, Cynthia Nixon, ironically.
But like, this is the socialist thing? Oh no, an address book? The yellow pages have been published online? The horror.
Woody Allen and Martin Scorsese. 2 city council members appeared in the document. It was originally supposed to list apparently only non-primary residences, which again is bad. Okay, it would be bad if they had just done it the way they were supposed to by listing non-primary residences. First of all, why is it your business who owes tax? Why is that your business? As long as they are abiding by the law and paying the tax that they owe, why ought you know their name and address? There's only one reason to dox people this way, to release people's...
Dog, what are you talking about?
Name and address and say, these are the Richie Riches. There's only one reason to do that, and it's because you wish to unleash the...
He's like, there's only one reason to do this. It's to dox them. It's to unleash the power of the proletariat against the rich. Like, guys, the database was made from public property assessment records. This is already publicly available information.
Proletariat on the bourgeois. That is the reason to do this. You are increasing danger to actual human beings for political gain. That is what Zoran Mamdani is doing. But it turns out that he's also bad at it because he also is targeting a bunch of people who actually are living in their apartments. Remember, pied-à-terre is supposed to be a second home tax. Instead, he listed a bunch.
Like, I'm sorry, but like I just went to the webpage for this. Assessments. The Department of Finance values your property every year as one step in calculating your property tax bill. Final property assessment data. The final assessment roll lists the final assessed value of every property in New York City. This is just the public ownership records. Every city has this. Zillow has this. Redfin has this. What are you told? Sir, oh my God. I'm sorry, is Ben Shapiro running about like talking about the privacy data when it comes to like Zillow? No? Then shut the fuck up about this. This is crazy. How is this a 30-minute segment?
People who live in their homes, including, ironically, District 6 Democrat Gail Brewer, who said, I've been living in my place 365 days a year since 1994. This whole list must be messed up. Many of the homes included in the database appear to be misaligned with a tax aimed at well-heeled residences with multi-million-dollar vacation homes, including some 24 modest homes on Chaffee Avenue in working-class Throgs Neck in the Bronx. And those home values are not $1 million plus. Those are like $500,000 to $800,000.
Also, just as an FYI, this is an article here from decrypt.co. Okay, and it's talking about the crypto industry. I don't really give a fuck about that. But here, the controversy centers on data published by the New York City Department of Finance, which annually releases assessed values used to calculate property taxes for every property in the city. Oh, they literally do this every year? They did it every year under Mayor Adams? Huh, that's so strange that Ben Shapiro only has a problem with it now. That's what a wild coinkydink.
Grand. So, again, what is all of this about? It is about an intimidation tactic. It is about intimidation. That's what the whole thing is. The whole goal here is to force people to leave. This is revolution.
They literally do it every year, bro.
The idea is you are not protected if you're in New York. In fact, we are going to put out your name and address. If you are famous and rich and you own a place, you either have to pay additional security.
Like, let me just read this quote. This is from Helios CEO Mert Mumtaz. All right? Writing, while this data was largely public prior to this, in a messy way, they've cleaned it, organized it, singled out the rich, and mass distributed only the 50th sign this year of privacy continuing to become scarcer. And it's like, this was all available every year. Like, their crime is better record keeping, more legible record keeping. Oh no, the horror.
Security, an unofficial tax, just to keep your home safe now. Or you should sell and go. Now, that is not going to alleviate the housing problem. As we'll talk about in a second, all of the commie solutions that are being proposed by Mamdani are not about actual solutions. They're about destroying the system from within. Because if you force all these people to sell, that actually leads to a decline in the prices of the homes. And now, The decline in prices of homes sounds good at the beginning, but it turns out that when you have rent control and heavy building regulation, all that ends up happening is that no one is going to build a home ever again. Because of the only way...
Yes. No one will ever build anything in New York City ever again, for sure. No incentive to build anything in one of the richest cities on earth, for sure.
That anybody could make a profit was to build a new home. And instead, you're forcing the market down. What you are doing is removing all incentive for development.
What would be really cool is if Ben Shapiro became an ally in the fight for like data privacy, because Americans desperately need better data privacy laws. The amount of data that gets harvested on the regular from just your regular run-of-the-mill internet activity is ridiculous. And we do need better protections for that. But this is like very clearly a case where like these fuckers don't give a shit about their data being collected.
This is either a blatant sign that he is bought by rich conservatives or he is legit stupid AF. Holy shit.
Well, he's bought by rich conservatives, right? Like, it's the reason why this story is being reported in like conservative circles, and like you can see it. Like, let me just go over to Google real quick. New York database as a Google search result here, right? Mamdani New York Post, crypto site, Times of India, Washington Times, Fox News. ArtNet News, Fox Business, CBS, The Times, and that's it. Like, this is not a widely reported on story because it's a non-story. This happens every year.
No one is going to build new houses or new apartment buildings in New York under Zohar Mamdani. I know many, many, many investors at this point who are pulling their money from New York City as we speak. We're also talking about a massive decline.
Yeah, I'm sure New York City is going to be woefully impoverished in a couple years, for sure.
In tax revenues. Here's the thing about that pied-à-terre tax. The people who bought those places and are paying property tax already in New York City, those people are not taking advantage of the services of New York City because they're not there full time. They are already tax positive for New York.
Yeah, but they're taking up space from other people in New York City who live and work and contribute to the economy of New York City every day. And by taking up that space, more resources are siphoned away from the rest of society, right? So, like, what is being asked for here is like, you are insanely wealthy, you own multiple properties, you don't even live in New York City most of the time, and your property is valued at over $5 million. So like, pay extra taxes.
He has one investor friend, so he can speak upon what Mamdani is going to do. Tokenized investor SMDH.
I mean, I think it's pretty rich to imagine that Ben Shapiro has, you know, one friend.
No, she's going to prosecute the president of the...
He's just so personable.
City. But none of this is the point. The point is class resentment. It is literal class warfare. That is the goal.
No, it's just a yearly tax form that gets published by the city. It's not class war. I mean, let's be very clear about something. There is a class war going on. And Ben Shapiro is currently fighting it. The reason he's turning this particular talking point into a talking point about class war is because he is fighting it right now on behalf of the ultra wealthy, who know that their information has been published by the city every year because they own these buildings and have their names attached to them publicly. They all know that it's been published every year. But the reason they're making a story out of it right now is to wage a class war and defeat someone who threatens their power. So that's why this is a story, and that's why there is class war happening right now. It's just not a move of class warfare to do the thing that has been done under non-socialist leadership in the city.
It is just the first step. It is about unleashing a population against the rich. It is about just eating the rich. That's all it is. And again, this is nothing new. It's nothing new. Marx and Engels wrote in the Communist Manifesto Revolution cannot be effected except by means of despotic inroads on the rights of property and on the conditions of bourgeois production, by means of measures, therefore, which appear economically insufficient and untenable, but which, in the course of the movement, outstrip themselves, necessitate further inroads upon the old social order, and are unavoidable as a means of entirely revolutionizing the mode of production. In other words, make things unworkable, jam the system. And when you jam the system, you create more ire and more anger and more of a movement. And eventually...
Well, I mean, what they're talking about there is like doing like a labor strike. What they're describing is what unions do when they're organized and need to exert power to negotiate better working conditions. Like, that's not controversial. That's like a pretty common tactic, actually, that they were describing.
That turns into full-scale property seizures or mobilizing the population against one another. That is the goal. And you've seen this in every communist country. All of them.
Yeah, you know, in communist America, where we do eminent domain in order to build projects for the public good, like sidewalks. Yeah. You know, communist America for the last, 250 years.
In 1929, Stalin was unleashing the proletariat against the so-called kulaks.
Yes, communism is when taxation.
Private homeowners and landowners. Mao in 1934 gave a speech in which he said, if we only mobilize the people to carry on the war and do nothing else, can we succeed in defeating the enemy? Of course not. If we want to win, we must do a great deal more. We must lead the peasants' struggle for land and distribute the land to them. And that is the goal.
What are you talking about, dog? When has Zoran Mamdani ever aligned with this? Like, when has Zoran Mamdani got up and said, I want to redistribute land to the peasantry, a la Chairman Mao? What are you talking about, dog? The size of the bricks they are shitting would put the brickwork on the pyramids of Giza to shame.
If we only mobilize the people to carry on the war and do nothing else, can we succeed in defeating the enemy? Of course not. If we want to win, we must do a great deal more. We must lead the peasants' struggle for land and distribute the land to them. And that is the goal. More recently, Robert Mugabe, the dictator of Zimbabwe, he decided on what he called fast-track land reform. That was proper.
What are you... How does this relate to the routine publishing of the 2027 fiscal year taxation records? What are you talking about? This happens every year, dog. How is this? We're not even a third of the way through this. How is he going to go on for another 24 minutes about how publishing who owns which properties and which names are on the deeds publicly for each property is somehow socialism?
Seizure from white landowners in Zimbabwe, unleashing the population to simply go and occupy those farms. And here he is describing why he did that.
There is enough land in the country, and out of 12 million hectares, what we want, about half of that, 5 million plus, and they only 4,000 farmers own 12 million hectares of the most fertile land in the country. Why can't they agree to 5 million plus coming our way?
Okay, so he is just talking. I mean, again, if you change the land talk to money talk, he sounds perfectly like Zoran Mamdani or Bernie Sanders.
These are not interchangeable things. Land is not money. And also, Zoran Mamdani isn't talking about taking money from white people. What is happening here? Did Ben Shapiro get high for the first time?
All we're saying is that some people own expensive apartments. And more people should be able to own those. Why should we have such wealth inequality? It is.
We have, dog, we have taxation. What are you talking about? When we had more progressive taxation in the past, did that mean America was socialist? What are you on about?
Always the same logic, always and forever. It starts off with this.
Yeah, in the 1960s, when the corporate tax rate was way higher, that was apparently socialism, according to Ben Shapiro, by this standard.
Populist talk, and it turns into the complete violation of private property and private property seizure and violence. That's what it always turns into. Well, Zoran Mamdani, he's going after.
So Zoran Mamdani taxing people who have multiple homes that are valued over $5 million are that taxing them at a higher rate is going to lead to violence? How? Via what mechanism? What are you talking about?
Property owners, and that also means he's going after businesses. But here is the thing. If you want...
He literally cut red tape on small businesses. The things you purported to want the entire time. The wet dream of every Republican, the red tape, all of the unnecessary permitting, all of that. He cut it. And Ben Shapiro's just like, well, it's not good enough because it's not like giving money to the wealthiest people in New York City, I guess.
To build a business, you need to be efficient in how you do that. That's true whether you're starting a media company or opening a coffee shop or designing a product or launching that business you've been thinking about for 1,000.
Oh, hell yeah. He's about to launch into an ad read. Let's go.
Years. Ideas are easy. Building something people actually buy, that's the hard part. One thing I've appreciated about the Daily Wire store is we don't spend our time worrying about the mechanics of selling.
Which is why the Daily Wire is dying. Please buy things.
Constitution, we do have laws on the books, at least for now. So Zoran Mamdani is using pure intimidation. It's the reason why...
He's using intimidation, dog. This is an every year thing. This happens every year. It's a pure intimidation game to have people pay their taxes in America. What are you talking about? Oh, this is delusional behavior. This is like he's suffering a break from reality. Just wild shit. TaffyBot, thank you for the gifted membership. I certainly appreciate it.
A few months back, he literally did a video pointing to Ken Griffin's apartment in New York City in an attempt to intimidate. That's the only reason you do this, is to mobilize people against people who are well.
What are you talking about? He did a video in front of a fancy apartment that happened to be owned by Ken Griffith. He didn't point at it and go, Ken Griffith lives here. Fuck that guy. We need to take everything he has. Like, what are you talking about?
Healthier than they are. It's disgusting. It is vile. It is vile. He's not saying he's going to make your life better. He's pledging to make the rich guy's life worse. And this is supposed to be the thing.
Yeah. You tax rich people more to provide more and better services for everybody. It actually also improves the quality of life of rich people. You know. And if you're struggling to wrap your head around what I mean by that, here's a great example, right? When you wake up in the morning and you exit your house, do you have to step over the bodies of dead and frozen homeless people? Do you have to, wake up to the sound of corpse sweepers in the street? No? Oh! It's because we taxed the rich more, and we were able to get people into homes. We were able to get people the social safety nets that they needed in order to live and thrive and get the help they need and become more integrated into their local community. Oh, happy day. Now, even if you're a rich person, you don't have to go outside and see a junkie lighting up. Oh, now if you're a rich person, you don't have to go outside and step over the bodies of, the dead to get to your fancy rich person job. That benefits everybody. It benefits certainly the people who would otherwise be dead in the gutter, far more, obviously, because they don't die. But it also benefits rich people because then they don't have to like exist in a world where like a huge number of people are impoverished and like upset about it.
You rally around. It is full-scale destructive. It is Bane stuff. And understand that for Zoran Mamdani...
He's not even trying to sound rational. Remember when this guy was considered like the cool kid, like the cool kid's philosopher, he was called by the New York Times? And like, he's given up even trying to make coherent arguments.
If I were a rich man.
Oh, that's rich, man. Sake Tanuki, thank you for a reference to one of my favorite musicals, and also for the 5 tier 1 subs.
The Bane mask isn't the face mask that is donned by Tom Hardy. The face mask is the smile, because underneath that smarm, underneath that plastered on grin, is the most vile, anti-American person you can imagine running New York City. It's insane.
Yeah. For sure. For sure. It's absolutely insane. 100%. Let's just take a quick look here at the, you know, this man who just absolutely hates America. Let's take a look here. This guy just really hates America, for sure.
Today, our nation marks 250 years since we declared our independence. When we look at America, what do we see? Here at City Hall, as I sit behind George Washington's desk, alongside new Americans who came to this country, I cannot see all of America. But like so many who came before, I can see New York City. That legacy of every generation of Americans insisting that the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness extends to them too, is no relic of the past. For generation after generation, we have been told that when the world has sent its people to our shores, it has not sent its best. It sent Puritans and Sikhs and Quakers and Muslims and Jewish people who were banished for praying the wrong way, worshiping the wrong gods, angering the wrong people. We are told that America is exceptional because we are richer, stronger, more powerful than everyone else. The truth, my friends, is that America is exceptional because here, nothing is fixed into place. It belongs to our newest Americans, those standing here with me today, all of whom were recently naturalized. Nearly a decade ago, I too felt what you feel, the joy of no longer being just a New Yorker, but an American too. You each hold a special power to determine what America means. The powerful have always known their answer. America, in their view, is an arena of supremacy, where only a select few are allowed freedom, where not all are created equal. How small they are, how weak, how unoriginal. At every moment in our past, those who led through exclusion and isolation have tried to win power and enrich themselves by turning us against one another. Division is the oldest trick in politics, and the cheapest. But time and again, including 250 years ago, those forces of division have been vanquished by the forces of progress. As we mark 250 years, what do we see? We see a city of contradictions within a nation of contradictions. One where children go to sleep hungry while the world's first trillionaire hungers for more. We see masked agents terrorizing our streets, eating food cooked by our undocumented neighbors before spiriting them away in unmarked vans. We see a nation whose immense wealth has been built by those with calloused, dirt-streaked hands. And we see a nation that has allowed so much of that wealth to be held instead in the soft hands of a precious few. But that is not all we see when we look for America. We see it just as clearly in every American who still believes this country belongs to we, the people. We see America each time neighbors link arms with neighbors, without asking how long they have lived here or what papers they have, as ICE invades our neighborhoods. We see America each time those young and old stand in the beating rain or the stifling heat to cast their ballots. We see America each time working people demand more, not just for themselves, but for their fellow Americans. Patriotism has never been about pretending our nation is without flaws. Patriotism is every act of righteous dissent. After all, who loves America more than those who have sacrificed so much to make it free? Ours is a nation working each day towards the perfection in which it was conceived. A nation striving each day to better itself. Therein lies the work of America. What a privilege each of us has to live in a nation that every one of its inhabitants can shape. Thank you. God bless America. God bless New York City. And happy 4th of July.
Yeah, that's a guy who really hates America right there. You know? Just absolutely despises it. For sure. Like, that man's love for New York City and that man's love and belief in the possibility of what America can be is some of the purest patriotism I've ever seen. It is the love of neighbors made manifest. And like, Ben Shapiro looks at that man who just gave that speech and says,
is the most vile, anti-American person you can imagine running New York City. It's insane. Remember this video? Remember this creepy face coming at you at 3 a.m.?
Well, today, we're taxing the rich. I'm thrilled to announce we've secured a pied-à-terre tax, the first in New York's history. This is an annual fee on luxury properties worth more than $5 million, whose owners do not live full-time in the city. Like for this penthouse, which hedge fund CEO Ken Griffin bought for $238.
Oh, sorry, he did point out that hedge fund CEO Ken Griffin bought it for $238 million. Yeah, no one would ever know that the guy who bought something for $238 million owned it, for sure.
$1 million. This pied-à-terre tax is specifically designed for the richest of the rich, those who store their wealth in New York City real estate but who don't actually live here. But even so, they're able to reap the huge financial rewards of owning property in, dare I say, the greatest city in the world. And most of the time, these units are sitting empty, since again, they don't actually live here. This is a fundamentally unfair system that hurts working New Yorkers. Now, it's coming to an end.
Yeah, also, Ben Shapiro is driven by quite a bit of racism. Keep in mind, Ben Shapiro is also one of the guys who wrote that Arabs love to bomb shit and live in sewage. So, you know, Ben doesn't like guys like Zoran.
It's just crap. By the way, again, the list that he released is for everyone. Suppose
Orange circle emoji. Quite frankly, that love was very phony, and goes to show the true nature behind the Democratic hoax. He's anti-capitalism, so he's anti-American.
100% Taffy Bot. You nailed it. You ripped it off, Trump style.
who owns an apartment above $1 million and it's below that. It is not about that. It is an implicit threat. This is all an implicit threat. That's why you go outside someone's house and show a video of it. You're not doing that because you are trying to generate good public policy. It is a threat. It's all a threat. And the goal is to wreck the system. That is the entire goal. It is to force people out. It is to force them to not only sell, but to leave. And of course, that's just the beginning because, of course, the end goal, as it was with Marx, is to nationalize the means of production.
That's not what Marx was advocating. This bothers me so much every single time it comes up. That is not what Marx was writing about. He was not advocating for the nationalization of ownership. He was writing for the democratization, there we go, of the worker. It needs to be democratically owned and operated, which isn't just trading one master for another. It is a profound shift in the system of ownership, in how labor is moderated and distributed and controlled. Because when you have democratic ownership of the means of production, what you have is the worker having an equal say alongside the other workers who work in that job, who work in that factory. This is not the same as nationalization. And making that argument reveals a profound misunderstanding, if not outright misinformation, about what Marx was writing about. And it kind of says a lot that if they are deliberately misinforming their viewers, that they know that Marx was making good arguments if they need to misrepresent them.
And so he's doing that too. So Mamdani yesterday didn't just unleash this gigantic list of basically every property owner in the city. He also laid out a plan for 5 city-run grocery stores. Now, what he says, again, the gigantic lie here is the grocery stores are gouging you. It's nonsense. America is the most well-fed country on planet Earth. It is not particularly close. Americans have a massive obesity problem. We do not have a starvation problem in the United States. Okay, the reality of actually eating in the United States, here's an actual basket you could ring up at Aldi this week. Investor Phil McAllister ran this down. Okay, here's what things cost right now at Aldi's. You can get a whole chicken, about 5 pounds, at $1.29 a pound for $6.45. You can get a dozen eggs for $2.60, a gallon of whole milk for about $3, a 5-pound bag of russet.
Just as a quick aside here, let's just take a look here. Are greedy companies to blame for grocery inflation? We looked at the data. This is from 2024. Let's take a look here, huh? From February of 2020 to this July, grocery prices grew a cumulative 25.6%. That's higher than the overall inflation, which was 21.6% during the same period. It's widespread sentiment that they're being gouged. And it doesn't help that corporate executives have spent recent years touting their pricing power on calls with investors, like when the CEO of Cottonelle, maker Kimberly Clark, died. Mike Sue said last year, if the price goes up on bath tissue, generally doesn't mean you're going to use the bathroom less. Many makers and sellers of home and pantry staples have reported record profits. Let's take a look. Costs jumped up for them. Shipping bills went up. The prices surged. Still, most shoppers wonder how far companies reach past costs to boost profits. This is where it gets technical fast, leading to nuanced takes by economists. One specific allegation of price overreach came to light in the ongoing court hearing that disclosed an email by Kroger executive. In March, he wrote that the supermarket chain's milk and egg prices were significantly higher than was necessary to account for inflation. Kroger later said the email was cherry-picked from a specific period and did not reflect its pricing approach. NPR crunched financial disclosures by a dozen of the largest grocery item makers and sellers, including Walmart, Pepsi, Oreo maker Mondelez, and Procter & Gamble, which makes Pampers and Bounty. The idea was to track changes not in the sheer dollar amount which rides the waves of our shopping sprees, but in the percentage of money that stays in corporate coffers after a sale. Economists and accountants use different metrics for this. Let's take a look. Gross profit margins of big-name stores and brands stayed mostly steady. Company data doesn't offer a satisfying explanation for why families like Navarro's are finding their grocery budgets stretched by pricier meat and snacks. So most economists look more broadly at U.S. retailers and food manufacturers for clues about the industry overall. Even though profit margins for grocery stores have gone up, the increase appears to be only a small contributor to the rise in food prices relative to the increase in operating costs. Markups at grocery stores were slower to grow, slower to decline. Interesting. What does this mean about inflation? If supply is fixed, the buyers suddenly have more money, then prices are going to rise. That's kind of what happened. Only this year did brands including Pepsi and Nestle begin noting pushback from shoppers. Walmart and Target have started promoting discounts and lower prices. cost of ingredients and shipping has eased, wage growth has cooled, so many grocery prices have been declining, including those for cereal, cheese, and fruit. So basically, it kind of seems to me, if you're reporting record profits, it indicates, and the prices are staying stagnant and staying high, the profits are coming from what you're charging your customers. It's not rocket science here. But I will also say that under Donald Trump, prices have gone up 40%. So we're continuing to be gouged and continuing to eat the costs of increased shipping, of the energy crisis, all of that. And Ben Shapiro is still saying, as again, people who are unable to afford groceries are struggling. He's like, well, actually, grocery prices in America are the best in the world. Ba, 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 ba. Why did you skip that Biden part? What Biden part? This was reported in 2024. This was I didn't skip it. It was all under Biden. But what I'm trying to say, because that article was from 2024, but this is from today. Grocery prices have the biggest jump in 50 years. And you can look at this map, this graph, rather, of grocery prices. And you start to see this massive spike when it comes to COVID, of course. And then you have, 2020, 21, 22. This is under Biden. And then it continues to go upward instead of resuming or going back down to normal, as Trump tried to promise. And, oh, wait, it just continued to go up. That's crazy. Wild.
Potatoes for $3.40, a 3-pound bag of yellow onions for $2.20, a 2-pound bag of carrots for $1.55.
Yeah, that was Trump's fault. Liberation Day tariffs, picking a war in the Middle East that chokes off the supply line for diesel fuel, like all that shit.
Pounds of bananas for $1.55, a 2-pound bag of white rice for $1.90, 1 pound of dry black beans for $1.35, 1 pound of spaghetti for $1.15, a jar of pasta sauce for $1.85, a loaf of bread for $1.45, and 42-ounce canister of oats for $3.15. That's 22,000 calories for $31. Is the suggestion in the United States that groceries, again, everything is too expensive, okay, because of inflation. But that does not mean that a government-run grocery store that is designed, by the way, to be too expensive, to undercut the food supply of New York, because that will be the predictable result.
I'm sorry, the municipal grocery store is designed to be more expensive? Wait, what?
To be too expensive, to run grocery store that is designed, by the way, to be too expensive, to undercut the food supply of New York, because that will be the predictable result of this. I'll explain.
I am baffled by this entire segment.
Wow, the discount wholesale grocery store has rice and beans. Amazing.
Yeah, no kidding. But also, like, rice and beans are great. I made myself some great refried beans today, okay? I'm not against refried beans whatsoever. But I am here to say that people want to eat more than just rice and beans to survive. Like, the idea that, like, oh, you're poor, only eat rice and beans now. That's crazy. That's crazy. I also just want to point out here, we just covered this, but, like, Ben Shapiro has been utterly wrecked by this. They're offering a 30% discount relative to other grocery stores on produce, meat, bread, and milk. You know, not rice and beans. You can still buy the rice and beans at the municipal grocery store for cheap, but you can also buy other things for cheap too. You know, like maybe you don't need to be super wealthy to afford buying like a pound of ground beef, for example, or a gallon of milk. Like, maybe you shouldn't need to be middle class in order to afford quality produce. How big are these 5 stores? I mean, they're gonna be
so because he believed.
Yeah, they're gonna be fairly big. Here he is giving his speech in one of them. You know, looks like a fairly decent sized place. But like, Ben is wildly off base here in a way that's like actually kind of shocking. It's like he did all of his research for this with ChatGPT.
In a second. This is all poser crap. It is nonsense. Here's Mamdani laying out his plan to undercut private sellers of groceries in New York City, which will have some pretty predictable results.
Today, I'm...
Oh, okay. He's showing this, but I'm going to point out, hey, you're not undercutting other grocery stores when these municipal grocery stores are being opened in food deserts where there is no competition. The reason they needed to open municipal grocery stores was because these areas of the city didn't have grocery stores that people could go to. So, like, there's no competition where they're opening. That's the point. The point is that the people who live in the poverty-stricken areas of New York City shouldn't have to hop on a subway for 40 minutes to another grocery store and then 40 minutes back. It's not difficult to wrap your head around. Unless, I suppose, your head is all the way up your ass.
Are slated to cost taxpayers $70 million. $70 million, which, again, is already up $10 million from what Mamdani said on the campaign trail. One store in East Harlem is slated to cost $30 million. It is a ground-up construction. It'll work out to more than $3,000 a square foot. To build a Whole Foods or a Trader Joe's is $800 a square foot. So Mamdani is already just subsidizing his government-run grocery stores with taxpayer dollars. That's what this is. Right? This is taxpayers absorbing the cost for a thing they don't need to do in the first place. The store is spared from paying rent and property taxes, but the New York Post says the store is going to operate at a loss of at least $300,000 per year indefinitely. Listen, what Mamdani is doing right here is not realistic, obviously. It's utopian and really ugly, and it violates every basic principle of Econ 101. He's not interested in saving money.
It doesn't violate every principle of Econ 101. If small towns of like 500 people in the middle of nowhere in Kansas can open a municipal grocery store because they don't have one and can't like afford to drive 2 hours to the next nearest grocery store, so their little town opens a little municipal grocery store. If that little town in the middle of nowhere can do it, New York City can certainly do it. What's crazy to me is that the people who pioneered municipal grocery stores are literally small town America. Small towns in the middle of nowhere who had nowhere else to go buy their groceries. And if those places can do it, the wealthiest city on earth can do it.
Or efficiency. But if you're interested in saving money or doing efficiency, obviously check out my friends at Pure Talk. For a limited time, $15 will get you any plan, including that top shelf unlimited data.
Pure Talk sounds like an absolute... Pure Talk sounds like a sarcastic phone sex service. You know, where you just like, you talk to like a horny nun or something.
LaGuardia was trying to solve a problem. The problem was that there were vendors who were unsanitary on the streets, selling junk on the streets because there were no modern supermarkets yet. Again, the notion that America is...
But the areas of the city that these municipal grocery stores are being opened in don't have ready access to a private grocery store or supermarket. That's the issue that the city is seeking to solve.
Deeply in trouble because of our grocery stores is nutty. It is crazy. So one reporter asked a pretty simple question. If you're worried about starvation, why not just give more money to the food programs? Because it turns out the nonprofits like the New York City Food Bank already run extremely extensive food pantry programs delivering.
What's wild to me is that Ben Shapiro here is actively saying, well, if you really wanted to help people, you'd set up city-run services that just give food away for free. And it's kind of like, yeah, Ben, we should do that. We should just have municipally run food banks that give food away for free. You're right. We should eradicate hunger with municipal-based, efforts to distribute food.
86 million meals annually. So why don't you just give them money? It's
yeah, like dude's actually so angry he's inadvertently advocating for socialism. Like, okay, Ben, sure, yeah, let's set up a city-run program to eliminate hunger. Let's do it.
Funded, by the way, not just by public charity, but donors like Stop and Shop, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, Delta Airlines, MetLife Foundation, Starbucks, Target, and Tropicana. So why doesn't he just give the money to that? Well, the answer is, again, the goal here is the destruction. He's not trying to build something. He's trying to destroy it.
Yes, the long game of Zoran Mamdani is very clearly destroy the step 1, open municipal grocery stores. Step 2, destroy the privately run supermarkets across New York City. Step 3, close the municipal grocery stores. Step 5, profit.
It sounds like what you're essentially offering these purveyors of grocery services is you cover the property tax, you build out the building, you cover any sort of recurring rent, but they have to bring in the food, discount it a certain amount, high quality of wages. I mean, these are millions of dollars effectively shuffling back and forth. So I'm wondering why not just spend these millions of dollars and give to agencies like the Campaign Against Hunger or City Harvest or, just direct established food programs.
We see in this city an opportunity to take an all of the above approach. We are going to continue to work with incredible partners like the ones that we're here with today, as well as ensure that food pantries across the 5 boroughs can flourish.
Oh. So he is doing that. He is putting money into those programs, and he's running municipal grocery stores because it's a multi-pronged approach to the problem. Huh, that's crazy. That's wild.
Okay, this is just, it's ridiculous.
Wait, so he's doing the thing that Ben Shapiro was just advocating that he should do.
Ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Now, again, let me be clear. Americans as a people, we are very, very, very well fed. We are very well fed. The obesity rate in the United States is north of 40%.
There's a difference between being well fed and the obesity epidemic. Like, I feel like I shouldn't have to point this out because it seems really obvious to me, but when people are well fed, they're fed with healthy foods, with fresh produce, with good options and education for what is nutritious and healthsome, right? The obesity epidemic and people eating a lot doesn't necessarily mean great access to healthy foods and high quality foods.
No, Jack, because it's pencil sharpener. It's step 5, profit.
Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. Let's go. Also, we're almost at our goal. You guys have almost unlocked the AI segment. Let's go. This is wild. This is a rough watch, guys. Like, yeah, Ben is sitting here thinking overeating causes the majority of obesity, rather than the ingredients being utter shite. Or, alternatively, that what can be bought for a small amount of money that is calorie dense isn't necessarily what is the best for you, right? Like a lot of things that are really cheap to buy for food, and a lot of things that you are both cheap and readily available, aren't things that are good for you, right? And so when he's like, well, we're so well fed and they're all overeating and obese because they're eating so much, it's just they don't have good options available. When people have better options, they eat better. And you know this, by the way, because when people have more wealth, they are able to use that wealth to buy better food, to buy better ingredients, and also they're able to buy time to go out, get those ingredients, prepare those ingredients as meals, and eat better, as well as like time to take care of their bodies. When you are living in poverty, you don't necessarily have time or options available to you to eat better. And this isn't to say that that's impossible, but it can be far more difficult. And I think that they're like, I used to be a camp counselor, and I used to manage, groups of like, anywhere from 10 to 15 children. And I can tell you, it is way harder to get the basic things that keep you going done when your job is to oversee a lot of kids, And I imagine that is even harder for people who have kids, 24/7. And so, like, when we're talking about the obesity epidemic, it cannot be disentangled from the fact that, like, child rearing takes a ton of energy and time. Cooking takes energy and time. Going out and getting groceries takes energy and time. All of this, you only have a finite amount of energy and time, and you only have a finite amount of money. And these three things converge in such a way that it often makes it difficult for lower income people to actually get a hold of the stuff that they need to eat better. Which is one of the reasons why, if you live in a food desert, you wind up eating like shit. Because it takes you more time to go to the grocery store and get your ingredients. So having something that is closer and cheaper reduces two of those stressors. It reduces all of the stressors because it takes you less time to go get groceries, you spend less money to get those groceries, and you expend less energy going to and from the grocery store. Like, it is a net win for everybody involved.
To understand how crazy that is, you just have to understand that all over the world, where people are poor, they are starving. In the United States, where people are poor, they are obese. There's a very heavy association in the United States between poverty rate and obesity, which does not speak to starvation. And again, that doesn't speak to quality of food.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily speak to starvation. It speaks to malnutrition. Right? Like, that's literally what it speaks to. It speaks to the fact that people who are poor have fewer options. Like, this makes me so mad. This talking point is such bullshit.
Ben should know how much energy child rearing takes, considering he defends Trump, best friend of Epstein.
Also, Ben has like 6 kids. Like, what's insane to me here? Let's just talk about this for a split second. I come from Minnesota. So for those of you who don't understand or know Minnesota, Minnesota has municipally run liquor stores and has for like 100 years, right? And those municipal liquor stores are competitive with privately run liquor stores. There are private liquor stores. There are municipal liquor stores. The prices are a little bit better at the municipal liquor stores, and the money that is spent at the municipal liquor store goes back into the local government. It's actually pretty sweet. People here in Minnesota like the municipal grocery stores. They're pretty great. They're large, they have great selections, and like generally are pretty rad. I know that this is the case in other states in the Midwest. I'm not sure exactly which ones, but like when Ben is talking about this, like it's the devil and it will put private grocery stores out of business and like all this jazz, it's just bullshit.
Food or the veggies that they're eating. Okay, but again, this idea that groceries are unobtainable in the United States is just nonsense. It is not true. So what exactly is the real goal? Investor Sean McGuire laid it out pretty clearly and correctly. He said, this is literally how you destroy an economy. You tax people to subsidize these community-run grocery stores. But two things then happen. The people being overly taxed start to leave to places like Miami. That's what happens with Ken Griffin and his business. And second, shoppers leave the traditional grocery stores and they go to the subsidized community stores because the prices are lower. Then the traditional grocery stores go bankrupt because they can't come.
No, because the people go to the grocery store that's closest to them, that's more convenient to them. Like, I'm sorry, but like, if you're living in New York City, you're not going 40 minutes out of your way to go to a completely different grocery store to save like $5 to $10 on groceries, unless you are in absolutely desperate straits. Like, what are you talking about? Also, I reiterate, if a town of like 500 people can have a municipal liquor store or a municipal grocery store, the largest city on earth doesn't need billionaires to keep 5 municipal grocery stores running.
Compete with the government. And then the supply chain breaks down because the commie stores can't stock their inventory at any price. Because
yeah, they can. The shoppers at the municipal grocery store fund the continuing restocking of the grocery store. Like, what's crazy to me is also we have great examples of government-run grocery stores. They're the grocery stores that exist on military bases for our enlisted men and women. Like, the commissaries on military bases are grocery stores. And the government runs them very well. But you don't see Ben Shapiro complaining about this as socialism. It's insane.
again, you're not going to ship your eggs to New York if you can ship them somewhere else for a higher price. And then people freak out, and then people flee, and then people hoard up for themselves, and they stop working, and they turn on their neighbors. Again, the failure is the plan. The failure is the plan. It's the whole thing. The notion that Mamdani wants people to live better in New York, it is not true. He just wants class resentment and class warfare. And that those Mamdani grocery stores, unless you are...
yes. The guy who's smiling as he talks about how people can buy cheaper groceries so they can feed their families. Yeah, he only wants warfare.
Expecting lines around the block for years on end, which is exactly, by the way, how communist grocery stores used to work. You would show up with a coupon, and the food was free. You just had to wait in line for sometimes...
Why is stream so early/late? Because I got a lot of IRL stuff going on. I would love to start, like, way earlier, but, you know, I start when I can, and I go until I can't.
Days on end to get what you wanted, and half the time it wasn't there. In fact, line standing was so common in communist countries, people would literally make a job out of standing out of line. You would pay somebody to hold your spot in line because you had to go to your factory, and you get some schlub to stand in line for 7 hours for you. So again, affordability is not the plan for Mamdani. This notion that Zoran Mamdani even intends for there to be affordability is not true. It is not true. Listen, people want real savings. They don't want...
Thunder, sorry, you can't use slurs in chat, but I'm allowing you to come back in 5 minutes to try again.
The appearance of real savings that actually bankrupt you. That's
in a more respectful manner.
Why you should probably switch on over to Pure Talk if you're looking for a...
Oh my God, his ad transitions are so smooth.
Cap the rents. He's going to stop the rents from increasing. Well, it turns out, according to the Wall Street Journal, a huge percentage of people who are in the rent-stabilized apartments are wealthy. are wealthy. Take a look at this chart. It turns out the top 25% of earners living in New York City rent-stabilized apartments pay $1,000 less each month in median rent compared with market rate units. That's a 33% savings in rent. The top 10% of earners save $1,300, a 36% discount. Meanwhile, if you're a rent-stabilized tenant who doesn't earn as much money, you paid only about $300 less compared with the market rate. So it turns out that the rich people are taking advantage of the rent stabilization.
Well, also, there's a lottery for different units when it comes to who gets what. And sometimes people with different income levels get put into different things. Like, it's not like this seems genuinely just born out of confusion and not understanding New York City housing policy.
Landlords used to be able, according to the Wall Street Journal, to convert their rent-stabilized apartments to market rate if tenants who lived there made $200,000 for 2 years in a row. But then that got prevented. So let's talk about your business. So when you're running a business, it requires...
Is he doing another ad read? For fuck's sake, dude.
So at the same time he's doing all this commie crap, he put out what he termed a new era of small business plan in a cutesy little video. You will notice that every single thing he actually does here is fine with Republicans. When he actually wants to do effective things, he has to pick up Republican policies. He's doing it as a chef's table video, of course. Everything is very cutesy for him. Mayor's table, open for small business. Halal Fatal, skewering administrative barriers and streamlining access to street vending. Vivaldi does not appreciate the use of his music this way. The Aki way, reducing or eliminating excessive rules and penalties. Shows an ice cream bowl. Deconstructed double, working with the state to eliminate redundant frozen dessert permits. Again, these are all deregulatory policies. This is stuff that I support.
Yeah, dog. It is. Suddenly it's really hard to criticize him now, isn't it?
When he wants to make life better, he has to do a bunch of stuff Ben Shapiro supports. When he wants to effectuate the revolution, he releases everybody's name online, and then...
Oh yeah, okay, so let's be very clear about what's happening here. Number one, he loves this video because these are a bunch of deregulatory measures that he supports, but when it is a yearly annual release of whose name is publicly attached to which properties, which New York City has done every year because that's the policy of the city. Suddenly that is effectuating the revolution. I guess the last all the mayors of New York City have been effectuating the revolution. Who knew that the revolution went back to the founding of New York City? That's crazy.
Declares government-run grocery stores. What trash. What total trash. It's insane. But here's the problem for Mamdani, or what would be the problem for Mamdani in a normal world. It turns out the American people, they don't like socialism very much. They do not believe, actually, that socialism is about freedom. So Francesca Hong is a Wisconsin gubernatorial candidate, another one.
Wait, I thought we were talking Zoran Mamdani. Wait, where was the criticism of those policies, Ben? Your criticism was just, wait a minute, these are all good. Never mind, let's move along.
One of these Democratic Socialists of America members, and she says it turns out that socialism is about freedom. This is not a widespread belief in the United States.
I think the word socialism has become politicized, and the connection to it is...
Hey, I wonder if Ben Shapiro might be part of the reason why people misunderstand what socialism means. I wonder if maybe Ben Shapiro might be part of the problem here.
Is about the people who have harmed,
Did Hong do well? I missed the debate. She did great.
Through socialism, as opposed to talking about what it is, which is a government that provides the essential public goods and services to help people live the lives that they want to live. I think democratic socialism is actually more about freedom than any other form of government. and the scariness that surrounds the word really comes from the people who want to maintain the status quo. That is an S word we should be afraid of, because it's been these types of systems and the people who uphold these systems who have led us here. So a new playbook with some new plays and new players, I think, is very sensible. Another S word I would like more associated with the word democratic socialist.
God, she's so great. I love her.
See, the status quo is the real. Here's the thing: the American people don't agree with this. So there's a new poll out from our friends at Manhattan Institute.
I mean, the vast majority of working class Americans who can't afford unexpected payments of like $1,000 probably agree with what she's saying.
About welfare and waste and crime in the political environment. A few sort of key findings. One is support for universal basic income. Only 32% of Americans total strongly or somewhat support universal basic income, the idea that the government ought to just give you everybody a check. It is opposed by 50% of Americans. Some 18% say they are not sure. Even among Democrats, only 51% support universal basic income. Among independents, only 30% support. Now, again, when you get to the youngsters being dumb, 49% of them support UBI, as opposed to people over the age of 65, 18% of whom support UBI.
I would like to point out that I don't know that UBI is necessarily a socialist program. Like, it is a form of social safety net, but I don't know that it is necessarily like a socialist program. This is a weird example for him to pick, I guess.
Okay, how about whether people should have primary responsibility for helping other people or whether the government should do it? So Manhattan Institute offers some options. Who should have primary responsibility for helping people who can't help themselves? Government, family and local community, churches and private charities are not sure. It turns out a minority of Americans believe government should have the primary responsibility. 45%.
Wait, a minority? No, that's a plurality. Like, of all these categories, it is overwhelmingly the biggest category among all voters. What are you talking about? That's not a minority. That's the plurality. What? Ben! You're looking right at the chart!
25% believe families and local communities should be at the top of the heap. And as far as churches and private charities, 12% believe in that. Now, again, one of the things that the Manhattan Institute did not distinguish here is local versus, say, state and federal government. And again, it says primary responsibility, not total responsibility. Hey, how about the design of government assistance? It turns out the vast majority of Americans are not a fan of the idea that you should just receive a check for breathing. When asked which comes closer to your view about how government assistance should work, assistance should be targeted and focused on those who are truly unable to provide for themselves, or assistance should be universal. Even 54% of Democrats agree that assistance needs to be targeted.
Yeah, and that's incorrect, right? Like, I think that part of it is that government assistance is very broad. Like, the wording of that question is kind of dog shit. For example, if you ask people, do you think that we should have Medicare for all, a majority of Americans support that. A majority of Americans believe in Medicare for all, which is a universal program. Like, when you get more specific with what that means, more people support it.
Asked, the main goal of government assistance programs, is it making sure everyone has a basic minimum? Or is it about reducing the income gap? It turns out that everyone agrees it is about the basic minimum, and pretty much no one agrees it's about reducing the income gap.
Wait. So just to be clear on that one, 65% of all voters think that government assistance programs should make sure everyone has a basic minimum, as in like some kind of universal social safety net that prevents people from, say, becoming homeless or going hungry or, you know, not having health care. Wait a minute, it kind of sounds like That's a way of arriving at a universalized program, doesn't it? Ah.
As far as which is the better way to help low-income households, provide benefits like food, housing, or healthcare that can only be used for those purposes, or just give people cash, the answer, it turns out, is they want everything earmarked, the American people. And that's true.
That's not what the question asks. It says, which is the better way to help low-income households? Provide benefits such as food, housing, or healthcare that can only be used for those purposes. Give cash that recipients can spend however they choose. That's not the same thing, right? Like, to what he just said. If you're providing food benefits, like, we have a system that does that. SNAP. If you're providing housing, we have systems that do that. Housing first initiatives. If you're providing healthcare, we have that. It's called Medicare. And when you look at all voters, 80% of voters think everybody should have those things. Like, Ben Shapiro's just misreading these results. Like, yeah. Honestly, this is, like, this result from the Manhattan Institute of all places indicates that people do support socialism. Like, also, the thing about SNAP, in particular when it comes to food, is that the reason it sucks is because of all the restrictions put on it by people trying to micromanage what kinds of foods people can buy. Like, if we're talking about, it needs to be, it can only be used for food, then don't put restrictions on which food people can use it for. It's there to give them options to buy foods. That's what it's for. It's there to operate as money when they are looking at buying food. That's what it's for. Like, we could make all of these programs so much better. And Ben is like, see, it obviously needs to be draconian and awful. See, that's what the people crave. And, like, that's not what these results say.
Across the political spectrum, they do not just want to give people cash.
Which, to be clear, isn't what they were ever doing.
How about support for work requirements for example, supplemental nutrition assistance programs? Again, it turns out that among all voters, some 57% of voters agree with the idea that there should be some work requirements, including some 58% of independents.
Wait, I'm sorry. Food stamp program currently requires most adults without young children to work, train, or volunteer at least 20 hours a week to continue receiving benefits beyond the first 3 months of participation in the program. Law passed by Congress in 2025 expanded this requirement to adults up to age 64 and to parents whose youngest child is 14 or older. Do you support or oppose expanding the work requirement in this way? Okay. Well, this sucks. Work requirements are bullshit. Like, I'm sorry. I think that we should, as the richest country on earth, guarantee people's ability to eat, people's ability to be housed, regardless of whether they work. Like, that's not asking too much. And honestly, I think that if you ask this question differently, you'd get far different results.
So again, here's the thing. Communism, like Mamdani style communism or democratic socialism, whatever they want to call it, it is not all that popular. But here's the thing. That's not...
Wait a minute. Real quick. Just real quick. Real quick, it's not a popular thing. Only 49% of Americans said they understood democratic socialist policies. And, oh, weird. It's almost like people don't know what it means, but they are interested in learning what it means. And that's a huge problem for Ben. You know? Do. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
How can religious institutions not require minimum work requirements to get food?
Well, God wants the poor to have food, but, they gotta dance for it first.
Actually, the spoonful of sugar that makes the medicine go down. The communism, believe it or not, is the medicine. The spoonful of sugar that makes it go down with young people is the anti-Americanism. That's the part that's fun. That's the part that's transgressive. And that's how you end up with a mayor of New York. That is how you end up with a mayor of New York who hangs out with people who celebrate 9/11 in the city in which 9/11 occurred. That's how you get there. It is the anti-Americanism. The anti-Americanism is not the bug. This is something we need to understand. Because I think there are a lot of Americans who believe that the anti-American...
Just real quick here. Here we go. This is what I was looking up. Share of adults who have a positive view of socialism in the United States from 2010 to 2025 by party affiliation. 66% of Democrats view socialism positively. Cool stuff. I bet as Zoran Mamdani continues to rack up W after W, that approval is going to go up across the board.
Mechanism of Zoran Mamdani. How could he win in spite of that? No. He's winning because of that. I've been saying this for, at this point, well over a year. The reason the DSA is winning right now is not because of the communistic economic proposals. Most people see through those.
Oh, actually, wait. Here we have a Harry Enton segment talking about it.
The Democratic Socialists seem to be doing considerably better than they used to be, and they have the chance to knock off, in fact, Democratic incumbents in Congress. And part of the reason for that, why we're seeing these Democratic Socialists having such good chances or outright winning nominations, is take a look here. Net favorability among Dems. Democratic Socialists of America, look at that. A plus 17-point net favorability rating among Democrats. That is actually better. That is better than how congressional Democrats are viewed by Democrats at just plus 4 points.
Over 4 times better received than an average Democrat.
So no wonder that Democratic Socialists have such a good chance, because simply put, they are a better brand at this point than Democrats in Congress.
Among Democrats, it's interesting to see who they like more. All right, and you've used this number before. I always find this fascinating. When you compare socialism to capitalism, how are they doing right now?
Yeah, how are they doing right now among Democrats? You see this Democratic Socialists of America more positive than congressional Democrats. And I'll tell you, take a look at the trend line, the favorable rating among Democrats on socialism and look at this. In 2010, they were about equal. 50% had a favorable view of socialism. 51% said the same about capitalism. But capitalism has absolutely fallen through the floor. Look at this. It's now just 42% of Democrats who have a favorable view of capitalism. Socialism, on the other hand, up like a rocket. Look at this. 2 in 3 Democrats have a favorable view of socialism. So socialism is on the rise among Democrats. Capitalism is on the decline among Democrats. And again, this is part of the longer-term trend in which we are seeing Democratic Socialists doing considerably better among Democrats, electing a mayor right here in New York City, for example.
And as we
oops.
Whoopsie.
And realize they're stupid. It is because of the anti-Americanism. It is the transgressive anti-Americanism. The selling point for Zoran Mamdani and his friends is not the communist affordability nonsense. That's what Jon Stewart pretends it is. That's not what it is. It is the belief that America is deeply flawed and evil and discriminatory and rigged, and that America therefore deserves whatever it gets.
I'm sorry. This is an insane way to interpret anything that, to interpret Zoran Mamdani and his messaging. Literally anyone with eyes to see and ears to hear can understand that Zoran Mamdani does not hate America. Dude's literally the most patriotic guy I've ever seen in my life.
That is a popular point of view, particularly with young people and with people who've been told by the left that they are marginalized victims of the system, the intersectional coalition. And if that group gets big enough, you can turn the city where 9/11 happened into a city run by a man who hangs out incessantly with people who celebrated 9/11.
Who celebrated 9/11, Ben? kind of sounds like Ben Shapiro is trading in Islamophobic rhetoric here, because like again, a common hateful and bigoted thing to say is that like, oh, Muslim people danced and celebrated 9/11 as it happened. And that's what he's saying Zoran Mamdani is doing. He's hanging out with people who celebrated 9/11. Yeah, it's Donald Trump's racist talking point, regurgitated here in 2026.
Where the mayor of the city spits in the face of the families of the people who died on 9/11, which is exactly what is happening right now. What an amazing video you just watched, wasn't it?
It truly was, in the most derogatory way to Ben Shapiro possible. That was truly vile and baffling. It was like looking through a window into a completely other world. Like, I'm agog. I am aghast. Ben Shapiro is genuinely losing it. He's gone. I'm wild stuff. Anyway, folks, if you got anything out of that, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and leave a comment letting me know how washed you think the Daily Wire is, because genuinely, I think Ben's lost his golden touch. I think he's going to... I think the Daily Wire is circling the drain here, because that was genuinely some last gasp energy. Okay? All that being said, get organized, folks, because if you want to be part of the blue wave that is gearing up to happen all over this country, and you want to get good, progressive, DSA-backed candidates into office, guess what? You got to get organized now. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA, and folks, if you need help getting started doing that, you can join our Discord, reach out to Gamergy for help organizing with your local DSA, and reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Both have years of experience doing this. They can help you get involved. They can help you make the most of your time there. And also, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. And we just got a full restock, 2 new sizes, 1 new color. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. We did it. We did it, everyone. Let's go. Jack, we need a palate cleanser, maybe? What's this?
Hello, and welcome back to the fashion game. Where are we going in this? The answer, of course, is anywhere I want. I'll be honest, I don't often go for the high-priced things, but this luxury opera coat? Yeah. I'm all in. And I know that some of you might be saying,
I love that these are Snuggies. These are goddamn Snuggies.
This just looks like a comforter that got turned into a coat, and it's like, yes. My normal day-to-day throw-on piece looks a lot more like this. I want to live the kind of eccentric life where this is acceptable. My algorithm's all messed up because I look at luxury products all the time, so it thinks I am a luxury shopper. This is one of like 4 pieces that have ever been advertised to me that I'm like, no, hold on. So I am finally asking in earnest, would you wear this? Hello, and welcome back.
I just that is a rich person Snuggie right there. That's rich person Snuggieville. I wanna live in rich person Snuggieville. Oh yeah. You just hit a certain level of wealth and you could just like wear bathrobes around. Who gives a fuck? It's just too much. I mean, I don't think I would wear it. I don't think I would wear it at all. Like I can see how some people might be able to pull it off. It's not for me. It's not my vibe. But like at the same time though, I understand how aspirational that is. Fur was the original rich person Snuggie. That's true. That is true. Oh, you know what? Jazz Dog, that's so true. You could become Shai Hulud, but in real life. You could become the worm. You could become Heidi Klum from Halloween 2024. Damn it, it wasn't 2024. I pulled that out of my ass hoping it was right. Was it 2023? No. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, it was 2022. I'm sorry. Heidi Klum just is such a little goober, and I fucking love her silly ass costumes. Who wore it better? You don't want to become the worm? What the fuck? Heidi Klum, for those of you who don't know, Heidi Klum always goes all out for Halloween, and it's always something completely bonkers. And like, honestly, I love it. She completely avoids doing anything that would be like hot girl costume, and it's just like, yeah, I'm gonna be a worm for Halloween. Look at her goddamn face staring creepily out of the costume. She's out here having her best life. I love it. I love this for her. Also, the idea for this costume morphed into her ET costume, which is equally horrifying. Just like, holy shit. Holy shit, dog. It's so fun. That looks shopped. It's not. I swear to God, it's not. Ain't no fucking way. She has an entire makeup team and she uses it for evil, and I love it. All right. All that being said, folks, we've been going for over 6 hours. If you guys have been enjoying the show, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats. Folks, you guys have been incredible tonight. Thank you all so goddamn much for watching this little program I put together every day. And remember to click the goddamn button.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button.
Nocturnal 899. Thank you very much.
Click the button. Click the
8999. Thank you very much for the gifted membership.
Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button.
Thanks, Mithril. I appreciate it. Let's go. Let's go. Oh. Let's see. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate you guys. Just want to say shout out to YouTube Vertical Chat for almost hitting 100 likes. I know you guys cycle in and out quite a bit, but like that's awesome. And hey, music is. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Let's go. 5 to go indeed. Thank you very, very much. Repping that Twitch chat. Let's go. Oof. The Warzone is of some use. It's true. The Warzone is actually working out quite well overall when it comes to like when it comes to like driving viewership. I think it's worth it. I was on the fence for a while, but I do think it's worth it. Jack manages to stay beautiful and put together even after 6 hours of streaming. Thank you. I do feel raggedy as fuck, so I appreciate the compliment. Whew. All right. Well, on that note, folks, I am gonna hit the old dusty trail. It's like a funnel with a hose that flies around and smashes people in the head, so you have to have 5 people manning it. That's true. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the show so much today. I have a lot more conservative content to rip into. So like we will get back to it, but like I think yo, musics. Thank you very much for the 5 tier 1 subs getting us over the line. There we go. You guys have unlocked the AI segment. So I think what I'm going to do tomorrow is I'm going to open with covering the AI segment. And then we are going to go into some what if alt hist. Because I owe you guys both of those things. And then we can knock both of those out. And it will be relatively easy. And maybe if we make it through that, I can also play a video game. Because I would love to continue making progress through Mina the Hollower. I haven't played it since last time I played it on stream, which was a while ago. Good night, everyone. Is the AI segment hell? No, it's just been something that I've been kicking the can on down the road over and over again until it is the result of like 4 months of holding receipts on how AI is absolute garbage and bullshit. I 100% did Mina. It's incredible. Hell yeah, K-Fox. Let's go! Love that for you. All right. Peace, love, and mung beans. I had so many refried beans today. Oh boy. Don't forget your meds. True. Don't forget your meds, folks. And I will see you all tomorrow. Let's keep on going. Good night, everybody.